time welcome you all to this auspicious occasion of the International Conference on Recent Advances in Horticulture Research, ICRAHoR 2024. It is the second time that the Amity Institute of Horticulture and Studies, along with the Amity Institute of Organic Agriculture, under the aegis of Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation, is organizing this event at the international level. The conference aims to provide a platform for ambitious new actions, innovative solutions, and plans to transform the horticulture industry. This conference shall fulfill the objective to equip the researchers and students with the latest technology trends being followed in the horticulture sector. It will help develop a framework to strengthen food and nutritional security via horticulture products. It will develop a deep insight into molecular approaches, nanotechnology, and high tech horticulture. It also aims to acquaint the researchers and students with the latest concepts like AI, vertical farming, biotechnology, robotics, and big data for the future. Finally, we expect and encourage research, industry, and academia to carry on challenging and innovative research and startup programs in the horticulture sector through this conference. We all Amentians are grateful to all the distinguished guests and speakers from national and international institutes who have accepted our invitation to be a part of this elite event. We are living in a country in which we remember our God before starting any good work and light the lamp, Diya. It's our holy tradition to worship our goddess Saraswati before starting any important event. Lighting the lamp symbolizes the Atma Jyoti, which is the internally knowledge bestowing. So let's dedicate a prayer to Ma Saraswati to shower blessings on all of us and enlighten us with knowledge. May I now request the dignitaries on the dais to come forward to lighten the lamp.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणाम्बरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मा पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Now, I would like to take this special opportunity and invite Dr. Nutan Kaushik Ma'am, Director General, Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation and Amity Institute of Horticulture Studies and Research to present the welcome note.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. It's my privilege that on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, our Vice Chancellor, Madam, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, and my behalf of all the staff and faculty of my Amity Agriculture and Allied Domain, it's my privilege that I'm here to welcome you all to the second edition of our International Conference on Recent Advances on Horticulture Studies and Research. So the first edition was held in 2022 on the occasion of World Horticulture Day in August 22. And there we had a participation of more than 100 participants. And in this second edition also, we have around more than 100 participants coming all over the world. So first of all, I would like to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Sudhakar Pandey, who is joined online. So welcome, sir. And I think, is he visible? I think इनके विंडो में दिखाई नहीं दे रहा सुधाकर जी को ऊपर जो ऊपर वाली विंडो नहीं he has joined, but okay now. No, he is available. So welcome, sir, and I like welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Tigve, who has joined from NTNU Norway. He is a professor at NTNU Norway, and I welcome our Dr. Silva Murthy, who has always been very supportive and in all our whatever activities we undertake, and it's all because of his encouragement that we are able to achieve so much. So thank you, sir, for joining here. Thank you, everyone, for joining here. And I also welcome all my delegates and all the speakers, the delegates, the participants, the students, faculty, and staff who has joined here to make this celebration. I'm calling it celebration because today we are not going to discuss the achievements, the advances which is happening in this field, but we are also going to celebrate our achievements which we have like undertaken so far, because our research output is the biggest achievement, and this is what we are going to discuss today here. So I'm calling it as a big day for the achievements, to discuss our achievements here. And before I start I would like to give you a glimpse of our activities which are being undertaken at MIT Agriculture and Allied Domain. So I'm taking this opportunity to present you our small token of achievements here, because many of you may not be knowing about MIT Agriculture and Allied Domains. So this agriculture and allied domain is working functioning under the aegis of MIT Food and Agriculture Foundation. And how do I get over? Okay, it's only here. इसमें कुछ आ रहा है. Okay, thank you. So I'm in this domain, we have okay, thank you. In this domain, we have various institutes and centers functioning. First is MIT Institute of Organic Agriculture. Then we have MIT Institute of Horticulture and Studies. Then we have MIT Institute of Food Technology, MIT Center for Soil Science, MIT Center for Biocontrol and Plant Disease Management, MIT Institute for Herbal Research and Studies, MIT Institute of Phytochemistry and Phytomedicine, then MIT International Center for Post-Harvest Technology and Cold Chain Management, and MIT Center for Extension Services. So these are the various sciences, and then Agriculture Biotechnology, which offer various undergraduate and postgraduate courses. We offer BSc Honors Agriculture, MBA Agriculture, Food Business, MSc Agronomy, MSc Horticulture Post-Harvest Technology, and PhD Agriculture and PhD Horticulture, both full-time and part-time. So, and then we have the four pillar of excellences for our whatever we teach our students. One is the well-mapped program structure. We have like mapped our syllabus as per the industry requirements. So we provide all the skill sets which are required for the industry 4.0. So that skill sets has been mapped very well in our syllabus. Then we have like a state-of-the-art infrastructure, laboratory facility, field facility, classrooms, and so on. And we have very strong industry exposure. In our syllabus, industrial internships are mandatory. So that gives the exposure to the industry. And we also do organize industry academia meets very regularly. We invite the industry for the guest lectures exposure. We have MOU with 156 universities, which provides an opportunity for the students to explore the international exposure in terms of the semester abroad program, in terms of the internships, or part of doing the part of the internship or the part of the full internship, or likewise, or study abroad, faculty exchange, student exchange, and so on. So these opportunities are enormous. And then as I saw, we have a very well mapped syllabus for the industry 4.0. Then we have, good morning, sir. Our honorable founder president has joined. Please give a big clap to founder president, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Founder President, I'm Dr. Selvamurthy. Welcome you, sir. In spite of your busy schedule, you have joined us and we are so grateful to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So may I continue?
Yeah, please.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Bye. We are not online. Sorry. Thank you. There was some technical glitch. So we have also implemented NEP 2020, which also emphasized a lot of interaction with the industry. So these are the other courses which are related to agriculture, which MIT Universities is offering a whole range of courses. Now coming to the infrastructure, we have very good infrastructure. As I told you, we are the only private university which has a post-harvest technology infrastructure. We have very well mapped like ripening chambers, cool board chambers, the cold storage facilities, and so on. And these are some like atomic absorption, spectrophotometer, HPLC, GCMS, and the microscope, confocal microscope, and so on. And we have been awarded the Academic Excellence Award by the for this conducting these courses. Thank you. And I'm since there's a paucity of time, I'm just giving one glimpse of the whatever the technology we have been developed. We have developed various technology. We have developed biopesticide. We have developed biofertilizers. We have developed the this agrivoltaic system, which is the dual use for the. You can see this over here, the agrivoltaic system, which is a dual use for the land, where you can put the solar panel, and at the same land you can also grow the crop. Then we have developed the ZECC, zero energy cool chamber, for the small and land holding farmers. Without the energy connected with the energy, they can store their product for about 15 to 30 days. Then we have like given the production technology of the Azola for the animal husbandry. And then we regularly conduct the demonstration and extension activities. And we have developed the product from the byproduct. We also work on the byproduct utilization of the food processing industry and the farm waste. And we give the training to the farmers on value additions and so on. So these are the different value-added products which have been developed at MIT University. I think we will give you the, if you want more, there's a poster which displayed over there. We can discuss more during this poster breakout session. Now, these are some of the glimpses of the achievements. Like as far as the projects are concerned, we have more than 21 projects have been sanctioned, worth more than 15 crores have been sanctioned. And this is the current situation. And then over the period of time, this number of projects and the worth value of the projects is increasing. This is the annual like the sanction of the projects so far. And then we publish good number of papers in referee journals, in very high impact factor journals. And we also honor the very reputed faculties from abroad and India, like Professor Ratan Lal is our honorary professor, we have awarded honorary doctorate, and we have many distinguished honorary professors on our board. So, and we have many international collaborations. These MOUs which you see over here are only for the agriculture sector. So we have signed an MOU with these many institutions, and then our faculty have been awarded with many awards. And these are our international funding agency, national funding agency, who have funded our projects. And this some of the glimpses of our international projects. You can see we have WellNet. This is a research network within India. We have a network with about more than 15 institutions. This project is a very prestigious project, one of the flagship projects of the Department of Biotechnology. And MIT is the only private institution which is involved in this network. So this shows how MIT is MIT's capacity and MIT's reputation as far as the research and development is concerned. And we also get regular international visitors as well. And this is a very regular feature. Every year we receive 5 to 6 international visitors, and we organize many international webinars. So this is just to give you the glimpse. And we also work at the same time, we also work with the farming community. It's not that we only talk about the international arena, international universities, but at the ground level, we are working closely with the farmers. We interact with the farmers, we train them, we give them the latest technologies, and so on. So this is our extension activity, some of the glimpses of our extension. Now coming to the future plan, or rather ongoing plan, which we are doing. So we want to go into the robotics sector, and then data insights, big data, then precision agriculture, hydroponics, vertical farming, drones. I think we have our guest here who are an expert in drones, then transforming value chains, then blockchain in agriculture, then post-harvest solar powered. This is one of the flagship project which we have submitted to the government of India, more sanctioned, but fund are yet to come, where we will be like demonstrating we will be like associating this solar powered cold room with the pack houses. So that's to make it energy efficient pack houses. And then this is this we are doing with the EcoFrost and BITS Pilani. Then alternative sources of protein and oils, because as you know, we are protein short and we are net importer of the edible oils. So we are also working in this area. And then functional foods, and then climate resilient smart agriculture practices for the farmers and technologies to the farmers, then organic agriculture and certifications, and valorization of food waste processing industry, and then food recovery, this thing, and protein hydro. This is the product which we are already working on. So, and plant health is another way, soil health, extension to be continued, and training and consultancy. So this is our future, and I'll end with the quote from our honorable founder president, that he says that my scientists, my researchers move with this confidence that they will do wonders and will add to the growth of the nation. And this will help making India not only a knowledge superpower, but also a general superpower. So and with this belief, we all are committed to make the MIT University #1 in the field of agriculture and horticulture. Thank you so much. Stop sharing. Okay, thank you.
Great, Muthan Kaushik, very well done.
Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious and innovative words. On this special occasion, we would now like to take this opportunity and call our guest, Mr. Trygve Magne Ikevik, Professor, Vice Head of Department, Education of Energy and Process Engineering of Norwegian University of Science and Technology, NTNU. His main field of competence is refrigeration and heat pump systems, high temperature heat pumps, snow making systems at ambient temperature above 0 degrees Celsius, energy efficiency in industrial processes using heat pumps, enhanced technologies in heat pump assisted atmospheric freeze drying and fluid bed dryer in combinations with microwave and infrared heating, mechanical and ultrasound vibration. He has been the supervisor of 131 master thesis candidates and 13 PhD candidates and 4 postdocs. His professionalism membership includes as being the personal member of IIR, IIAR, ASHRAE, Norwegian Society of Refrigeration, National Delegate of IIR. He has been awarded honorary professor at Murmansk State Technical University and received 6 national and international awards. He has been chairman or member of the board of directors of 8 companies with more than 150 publications, lectures in national and international conferences and seminars within the main field of competence, and having 5 patents. Sir, we request you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. Before I start, request Tigbe to give this keynote address. Sir, may I request you to address our gathering, because your time is very valuable and we are very honored that you have spared your valuable time to us. So may I request you to give your address to and give your blessings to us, sir.
Dr. Kaushik, let me listen Professor Tragwe, then after that I can speak. But let me first listen to him for a few minutes.
Okay.
Sir, I listen you very much because there is a learning from me from both professors. I will try to listen them and then I'll speak.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right.
Tigbe, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be invited for this conference. We have had a long and strong cooperation within this agriculture area, and also joining this project together with the food and fish industries. Then I have to share my screen. Let's see if I'm able to find my screen. It is this one. Share.
Yes, we are able to see it here. Yeah, we are able to see it here.
Let me just see that I'm sharing the right one, but I'm not quite sure if I'm able to do whatever it is.
Yeah,
But,
we are able to see your slides, and then you
yes.
put it in the presentation mode. Yeah, please.
Yeah, but it went out of presentation mode, yeah, so I don't understand where it ended. I have several screens and too much things on my screen. Is it okay like it is?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
I will give a presentation about the heat pumping technology related to drying systems, maybe special for agriculture sector. So I will, oh no, it's not running properly from my side. I don't understand. No, let's start. Okay, changes or challenges for drying systems is very often related to find an optimal product quality. And quality can be many things like the color, flavor, texture, density, and shrinkage. And the influence of these type of parameters, they are highly depending on the type of dryer and the drying conditions, like the temperature, the relative humidity, and air velocity. So there is very often also a lack of knowledge about the product characteristics. Very often it will be like it will be and not controlled properly. But the drying curve, the water activity, the properties about quality, this is a lack of information that people have when they look into, for example, to make a product that's of a high value for the customer. And to achieve this high energy or these properties, you have to make a system with high energy efficiency and also with high smear values. We are in a trend. We like to go from high intensive energy system to reduce CO2 emissions, and the trend is to go for the green system. So it is very important, if you like to have a control of your system, that you have a closed loop and you have full control with the parameters of your system. The heat pump can operate in the area. If you have for production cost and quality parameters, you can see that by controlling the condition of the drying system in a closed loop, you can give product close to the vacuum freeze drying, or you can be between, or you can be close to the hot air drying. Hot air dried, lower quality, lower production cost. Vacuum freeze dried, high production cost and high quality. So the heat pump gives you a much more possibility to tune the quality. I skipped this, but the advantages with the heat pump, you have closed loop, you can control or influence the shrinkage, radiation ability, colors, taste, and aroma. You can operate with temperature maybe from -15 to 200, depending on the design of your system. You can make system for sensitive products. Typically then you use the atmospheric freeze drying, or you can have for high temperature drying aspects with high temperature heat pump. So we have done a lot of experimental activity showing that you can make a very high quality of peas or vegetables or seaweed and so on. Just to give you an idea of energy demanding systems, they are together with all other giving a negative trend of the CO2 emissions to the atmosphere. This is scenarios that are made with IEA, and they make this World Energy Outlook. This is from 2015, but it's every year it's coming anew, and it look more or less the same. To make a significant contribution, you can look at the light blue area. This is energy efficient system. And in energy efficient system, we have the heat pump system. This is the baseline for 2015, and you can see the number of 2021. We are not really catching what we need to do. This is from a paper from Lautenbach from Austria or Germany. He looked into different way of drying, and you see that the food industry have a drying temperature from maybe 30 and up to maybe 200. So there is a wide range of drying system in the food industry. And here the heat pump can play a significant role. Just to show you the efficiency of such system. This is made from a thermodynamic approach with what we call the ICRAHoR cycle that says how much energy you use depending on the temperature lift. So the temperature difference from the cold side of the system to the warm side of the system. And different temperature of the cooler is removing the moisture from a closed loop. So depending on the cooling temperature in the system, and you see that typically COP is with a temperature lift of 40, it is about 4. So you use only 25% of the energy. So you can reduce the energy consumption, you have full control of your system, and that's a very efficient way of doing drying. I would also point on that the SMER value is something you can optimize by design of the system. But just look at the inlet air temperatures and the relative humidity at the inlet outlet of the system. You can have a SMER value maybe with 30 degrees Celsius, about 2.5 or up to maybe more than 4. So this is also showing that the heat pump system gives you a very energy efficient way of removing water from the product. I skipped this. This is a principle of a heat pump. This is the diagram of the heat pump. We need a temperature in the heat pump related to the temperature in the dryer. This is the inlet air dryer, inlet of the air in the dryer. This is the outlet air of the dryer, and this is after the cooler, and then you are reheating again. So that means the temperature lift for the system is given by the drying conditions of the system. Just a few words of working fluids in heat pump, because there is a very big push to new fluids. From the beginning, 1850 until maybe 1930, we have only what we call natural fluids. This is CO2, propane, methane, isobutane, or different fluids, not harmful for the atmosphere. Then the synthetic came, the CFCs, which was phased out from 1987 when we had the Montreal Protocol. Instead of these CFCs, we got the HFCs, which is now banned because of the greenhouse warming. And we made a Kyoto Protocol, and now we see that there is coming new fluids that are not nice at all because they have a low GWP, but they give also F-gas to the close atmosphere, and this TFA ending up in your drinking water, and that's not really nice. So we have been working with natural fluids all the time since the Montreal Protocol came for the system. So ozone depletion for CFCs, global warming for the HFCs, and now the water acidification and PFAS is also something that make these fluids will disappear from the market. So I just want to point on my late professor, Gustav Lorentzen. He said in 1987, he said that it's most obvious to use natural components known to be harmless. And we have had this philosophy since that time. I skipped a little bit of the slides. I see the time is running. This is from the atmosphere. You can find the link here. You can see these F-gas fluids that are coming on the market. They are not really nice, and they are ending up in your drinking water. So when you are designing heat pumps, you should take this into consideration. Some examples. You can make your drying chamber. This is an example with fluid bed. This is an example with the tray chamber, where you put all your product on trays. But the real air handling system is the heat pump, where you take the gas out of, or the air out of the dryer. You have a filter, you have a cooler to remove the water. Then you have a reheating of the system, and you are pumping the air back to the drying chamber. So you have a natural circulation driven by the pump or the fan. And then you have the heat pump, the compressor, and the surplus heat exchanger. You have the condenser to reheat, and you have the evaporator for cooling. So you remove the water. So in principle, such a system is that I take energy out of my system to remove the water, and I use this heat directly back, the same quantity back for reheating. Energy I use for the compressor, energy I use for the fan, I have to remove in the surplus heat exchanger, and you can use this in your factory for reheating. You can have it for hot water production. You can use it for many things that you can use. If the case, you can utilize the heat. You have a free drying system. You don't use energy for the drying if you can use the heat from or the energy from the fan and the blower. There is also a possibility to have a heat exchange between the warm side and the cold side. This also reduces the size of the heat pump. You can optimize this, but typically you can reduce the size of the heat pump to 50%. So that's also a possibility to reduce the investment cost. This is an internal heat exchanger. I skipped this just to show you some examples. This is from a factory we built in Hungary, drying sweet corn and peas, with a quality similar with freeze-dried quality. It has a capacity of 7,000 tons a year of sweet corn. There is 2 drying chambers, one low temperature chamber, one high temperature chamber, and more seen in the details. The low temperature chamber has 8 meters in diameter. The circle inside, this is a circle of the system. The bed, there's a fluid bed. It's divided in 6 chambers, feeding by pneumatic. So you're filling up one chamber, and then one chamber is moving to the right, and then you are filling the next chamber, and then has a rotation in the system until you come out to the other end. Here is also pneumatic. You can see the pipe that's coming here into the high temperature. So you have the final drying at 25 degrees Celsius, a little bit smaller diameter, and has only four chambers, or four sectors of the diameter of the system. Made very high quality of the product from the system. Just to show you another system we normally in Norway use for fish drying. Fully salted fish, then dried from absolute humidity from 55 to 45, then it's stable. This is something we export to Portugal and to Brazilian. And then you have a circulation of the air. So you need a given circulation of the air, but then you can take part amount of the heat for dehumidification. So I take 20% of the air, cross-flow heat exchanger, cooling to remove the water, and reheating, and then the condenser to give heat back to the system. And I have a very, very energy efficient way of drying this fish. This is also possible to do with other products, but the fish drying take 3 days. So that's why we don't circulate all the air through the air conditioning system or the heat pump system. Another example in the food industry, for example, the spray drying of milk, when you are heating the air from ambient air to approximately 230 degrees Celsius. This is something we are working with now, using in the heat pump loop with the heat recovery from the cycle, internal heat exchanger between the air flows and then the condensing heat. We use the hydrocarbons mixed with CO2. That makes a large glide of the fluid in the heat exchanger. So I can have maybe 30, 40 degrees Celsius glide in condensation and evaporation. And that makes this system very energy efficient for heating, for example, the air in the spray drying system. So the heat pump can operate low temperature, high temperature, and also with the big temperature glide. This is an example for making pet food or food for cattle. You have an extruder, you make the product, and you have the wet product drying. You can do this in a superheated steam dryer. So this example here is an open system. I have my compressor, takes the steam that have been evaporated. I take that steam for compression with 3-stage turbo compressors, reheating the steam. Most of the steam goes in a circle for the drying, coming out 110 and returning after reheating to 180, and you dry and sterilize the pet food or the fish feed or the organic waste that you need to dry. So there is a lot of possibilities for drying products. This is a steam example. I think I skip it and make a summary. The interaction or integration with heat pumps give new possibilities. Because you have a closed loop, you have full control with temperatures, you have control with the relative humidity, and you can do it very energy efficient. So the heat pump in industrial application will play an important role in the future. There is a huge potential. If you reduce the use of oil and gas and you use the system with the heat pump, you reduce the CO2 emissions. And there is a significant energy saving with heat pumps with a small value between 2 and 6. And I will also point strongly on this natural working fluids that's sustainable for the future and environmental aspects of high importance. So heat pump, for example, with CO2 working fluids, has a large potential for energy recovery and surplus heat, hot water production. So thank you very much for the to be able to come here and give you a presentation of this conference. Thank you.
Professor Traige, very enriching deliberation. We are very proud to listen you. There is a lot of learning what you told, and my student, brilliant faculty members, Nutan Kaushik ji will follow what you deliberated. I appreciate greatly, sir. I appreciate greatly.
Thank you. I don't see my stop sharing, but maybe you can stop by sharing. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. Sir, may I request you to bless us now?
May I have the pleasure of introducing the founder president to the foreign guests, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the founder president, has created the whole Amity universe today, which is 12 universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools with more than 200,000 students, 10,000 faculties, 5,000 PhD scholars. So he has created the whole universe, Amity universe. It's still growing, expanding every year. Now 13th university is going to be in the southern part of our country in Telangana, Hyderabad. So he envisions that Amity, under his leadership, should contribute for transformation of the whole world into a peaceful, harmonious, prosperous world. Everybody is healthy. Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha. That is, everybody should be healthy, happy, prosperous, and also Vasudeva Kudumbakam. We are all one family. This is the philosophy with which Amity is generating the future global citizens and who are endowed with knowledge, including spiritual knowledge, skills, including soft skills, good behavior, sanskars, values, resilience to face challenges. This is the philosophy Dr. Ashok Chauhan has given to the whole Amity universe. And he himself is an innovator, academician, researcher, entrepreneur, and a great visionary. He spent 28 years in Germany, and in Germany, he was the largest non-European investor in 90s when the reunion happened between East and West Germany. And then he went with 3 sterling pounds and maybe returned with a few $1 billion, which he invested in education, research, innovation, philanthropy. So these are the 4 verticals in which he is serving the whole humanity. And he wants to have 50 campuses abroad. There's 18 campuses today in Dubai, Mauritius, Singapore, London, USA, and many Amsterdam, and also in Russia. All these have to become 50 campuses. It's not because of the number. What he wants is we have to churn out and create a happy world, churn out the future global citizens. So may I now request our founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, to give his words of wisdom as well as give blessings to the deliberations in this inaugural session. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. I must tell you about Dr. Murthy. There is hardly any person in the world to whom I can compare with Dr. Murthy. He has 1,000 virtues, qualities. Only yesterday, there was a very, very high-powered meeting on a very delicate, sincere, and dangerous subject. The government has made some report in the area of science and technology, and about 15 top people from defense, from scientific area were taking participation. And Silva Murthy was also invited as one of the panelists. So I was very much worrying because, you know, in the government report and the other scientific area or close to our heart, I was thinking, should he go or not? But I told Dr. Nandi, go and you will do the best. And it was so, my dear all listeners, he performed so good that that was a great image enhancing for Amity. So is Dr. Silva Murthy, and he's roaming around the whole world, the whole country. So I think when we have such people, we can have great aims. Dr. Nutan Kaushik, yesterday I spoke with you, and you told me that Dhanuka has very much supported this program. And I think Kamal Kapoorji have come sent by the Dhanuka. One day, Dr. Nutan Kaushik, I want to have an online meeting with the top leaders of Dhanuka, and because this is a company among 500 companies of the fortune, and therefore we want to listen them more and understand your students, your all research scholars. I must tell to all those who are sitting here attending it, yesterday I asked Dr. Nutan Kaushik, what comes under horticulture? I was not very sure. She told, sir, food comes under it, medicinal plant comes, vegetables, floriculture, landscaping, spices, and post-harvest. So all those who are listening, my students, especially those who are doing the program here, if I would be a student and if I don't immediately get a job, I will start earning a lot. Go to a farmer and tell, I am specialist in the post-harvest. how you pack, how you do the crop, and start earning money. I tell to the farmer, what you save through post harvest, give me 30% of that. Then I will be rich man, because you know this post harvest and this all horticulture areas are very much need help from qualified people like you. I have very carefully heard the lecture of our Trigev sir, and it was very valuable. So Dr. Nutan Kaushik, somebody thanked me for coming. मैं तो ये कहता हूँ, कौन कहता है कि नूतन कौशिक बुलाए तो चौहान आते नहीं? तुम्हारी तारीफ इसलिए करता हूँ, you are an astonishing person. I must tell you, sir, to all, there is a company, Terry, the biggest in this area, biggest in this world. And Nutan Kaushik was there more than 25 years. And one day somebody told me she wanted to join us. I did not take it seriously. And she joined. I did not meet her for 3 months to see that if she's still sitting here or she's gone back. So I think, Nutan Kaushik, you can do wonders. This recent trends in the area of horticulture is a very, very important, because this is the area where a lot needs to be done. And our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji is giving a lot of importance to this area. And therefore, all your speeches, whatever I would not be able to listen, I will record it, listen it. A.K. Singh Saab is there, A.K. Silvamurthy is there. Silvamurthy, we should make maybe a special mission horticulture, and then have a consortium of people from our all universities, so that they deeply go. Dr. Nutan Kaushik is a champion in the vertical farming. I think you started this vertical farming, and so with ICAR and all these organizations, I think we can work very closely. And so, Dr. Nutan Kaushik, after this program of your recent trends, make a plan how to follow and whatever is being told, and our honorable professor from Norway, and also after that I will get recorded if I can't listen. After that, Sudhakar Pandey and others. So I will listen each lecture from recording if I cannot attend. And Dr. A.K. Singh Saab, you put some S&T warrior also on the job to listen the each lecture what has been spoken on the recorded if they can't attend, and take points from them for outcome-based, result-oriented follow. I see a lot of my students and listeners, researchers are sitting over here. I'm very proud of each one of them. When I attend any seminar, anywhere, I want to see for a few seconds those who are sitting there. But I must tell you to you, all those sitting and all delegates from outside. There was a large number of delegates, those who have come, those who are a poster presentation, those who have deliberations. So I will also see through pictures your posters. I appreciate your wisdom that you took, आपने opt करा आने के लिए, you came all of your own. And I think this linkage with MET is a gold mine. Anybody links with us can achieve in professional life, personal life, whatever you want. मोदी जी कहते हैं ना, गवर्नमेंट की गारंटी, मेरी गारंटी ये है कि आप लोग आए हो, जो भी लाइफ में अचीव करना हो, प्रोफेशन में, सिल्मा मूर्ति जी है, के सिंह साहब हैं, नीरज DSC सलाम, नीरज जी, तो आप अब एमिटी में आए हो, तो यू आर नाउ वन ऑफ माय मोस्ट liked partner of MET. So when you go back after this listening, come sometime again to Nutan ji, मैंने उस दिन सुना, I want to become this. I will be instrumental in providing you all facility. If you have some know-how, within 24 hours, I'll get a patent in your name together with MET, and we'll call you all in other seminars. So I think by coming to MET, you have taken a good decision. Such speakers, those who have come from all over the world, you will hardly hear easily otherwise. They all have come, and they have not come to just speak, but they are in relationship long with our university and our institution, Dr. Nutan ji. And I think we should do wonders in the area of horticulture. Dr. Ramurthy, A.K. Singh Saab, Nutan Kaushik, I will not take much time. I will say that this is, वो हमारे जो साइंटिस्ट थे राजीव शर्मा कहा करते थे अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है, तो अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है. It means today we have put a seed to do wonders. I am not ready to do anything, even spend my 5 minutes if I cannot do wonders. My time is, I am working 18 hours a day, 18 hours a day. So I'm very, very egoistic with my time. If I am spending time with the Dr. Nutan Kaushik program, I know why. Because this area, we can be number one with Dhanuka to show to the whole country that there are so many possibilities of research. So all my delegates, those who have come, any idea you have got, we can get it patented, we can get it commercialized, we can tell you about the startups. So I think there is no other institution, no other organization who can call such worthy speakers, and I will speak, listen them. So you go today with a zeal that I want to become this and tell to the person. I would say thank you very much to my worthy speakers. कमल कपूर जी, आपसे भी अलग बात करूंगा, और धनुका के जो भी लीडर हैं उन सब से मैं सीखूंगा, because we will also give them some award or some bestow some honor upon them. So we will be in touch with you, and you tell them my highest regards to all your leaders, CEO, MD, and owners. Thank you very much to all speakers. And just now, this I also what I heard from Trigave ji is a good word. Try and never give up. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Kamalji is here to
Right.
sing his
Right.
gratitude.
कमल कपूर जी,
Thank you very
आपको
much,
भेजा है तो आप जो है ओनर्स के और सबके बहुत क्लोज हो.
Honorable Founder, Chairman Sir. We are thankful to you, and we are happy to have an association with Amity, which is there for the last about 12 to 13 years. And I am associated for the last 13 years continuously, right from 2010 onwards.
राइट, ग्रेट. आपने राम गोपाल जी को मेरा बहुत बहुत नमस्कार बोलना, और
जी.
जो भी आपके हैं कुमार साहब हैं और धनुका जी हैं, राहुल धनुका जी, एक दिन नूतन जी मुझे सबसे मिलना है.
जी सर, जी सर.
जो इन लोगों से
It's an honor for us, sir,
Sir.
and we would be more than happy to be listening to you and to be, online with you.
ग्रेट
Yes, if it is possible at your residence or otherwise online.
Right, right. I'll give to the founder, who is the number one, the honorary doctorate, and I'll give to the second one honorary professorship from MBT. It will be hanging in their room. Then they will be obliged to help us, guide us, and advise us. Dr. Nutan Kaushik, tell
Yes.
me to whom we give the honorary doctorate and to
Yes,
whom
sir.
we give the honorary professorship.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Professor R.G. Agrawal is actually busy, so he could not join. He's out of country. So thank you so much, sir. And your leadership, it's your leadership, it's your vision with which I think we all get motivated. And your presence makes a lot of sense, sir. So, like your blessings cannot be matched with any blessings, sir. So thank you so much, sir. And
अग्रवाल जी ने ज्वाइन कर लिया शायद, नूतन जी है नहीं नहीं कोई समझ गुड, ओके. टाइम पूछ के कोई बात कर
Dr.
लेंगे.
Sudhakar ji, so Dr. Sudhakar is here. Dr. Sudhakar Pandey, sir.
सॉरी सुधाकर जी, आपको वेट करना पड़ा, अब मैं आपको सुनूंगा. Sorry that you have to wait, but we'll listen you now, sir.
He's in some meeting and he's still attending our meeting. So thank you so much, Sudhakar, Dr. Sudhakar Pandey ji, and for honoring us for this being present online, sir. Thank you, sir.
Great.
So thank you so much, sir, founder, sir, and
I'll
provided
listen.
as you have given us the direction, we will certainly work on the horticulture mission in a week. After this conference, we will certainly sit and we'll give you the vision plan for this one, sir. Thank you, sir.
Great.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Should I start?
Yes, sir. सुधाकर जी बोलिए.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll introduce you first.
Please go.
Yes. We would now like to call our guest of honor, Dr. Sudhakar Pandey, sir, ADG, Assistant Director General, Horticulture, Science, ICAR, New Delhi, 2022 to date. He has served as a scientist from year 1999 to 2022, Indian Institute of Vegetable Research, Varanasi. His research areas include horticulture, vegetable science, breeding, genetics, and genomics. He has won various awards and honors like the ICAR Award for Team Research 2023 to 4, PBV FARA Certificate of Recognition 2017, Distinguished Agriculture Scientist Award Horticulture Sciences 2019 from UPCAR, Dr. Kriti Singh Lifetime Achievement Award 2019, and Dr. Bashwarjit Chaudhary Memorial Award 2021 from ISPS, Dr. Kriti Singh Gold Medal 2021 from IAHS. A distinguished fellow of the Uttar Pradesh Academy of Agriculture Sciences, Indian Society of Vegetable Science, Hill Horticulture Development Society. Sir, we would like to call you to address the gathering.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a nice introduction. Good afternoon to all of you present in this very important international conference. Most respected founder chairman of this big umbrella we call MIT, that is Ashok Chauhan ji, and other dignitaries, particularly Vice President Shelva Murthy, as you told that he is one all-in-one, I think you have, and then Nutan Kaushik and all delegates who came from other country and like Trigame, and it is difficult to name all, particularly from here because I'm not there. So all persons from press and media is there. We also, and all teachers, particularly brilliant faculties from MIT University. So horticulture, as you all know, that is one of the most profitable and productive sector at present. Then the overall agriculture, ABC, and in ICR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, we are working by 1,113 institutes in different areas. This is on general agriculture, animal science, fisheries, horticulture, natural resource management, with the help of 731 Krishi Vigyan Kendra, and we have near about 71 hour All India Coordinated Improvement Program, which is very specific on different aspects. So this is ICR is a big umbrella, and among that ICR we have a horticulture division also. In horticulture division, we are working more than 210 crops, in which we are doing very intensive research work. And these 210 crops, they include flowers, vegetables, spices, medicinal plant, fruits, and plantation crop, including mushroom as well as honey also. And in our horticulture division, we have 23 commodity-based research institutes and near about 13 All India Coordinated Improvement Programs on different commodities. Based on that, we are directing our horticulture research for our country. Therefore, if we see horticulture sector, if we compare with the agriculture sector, horticulture is contributing near about 31% of total GDP, which is coming from the agriculture. But we are occupying only 13% of the total area in horticulture. And if we see in the horticulture, 90% shares is coming from the fruits and vegetables. 10% is coming from flower, spices, medicinal plant, and others. So there is a lot of scopes are there. And at present, we are second largest producer in fruits as well as vegetables in the world. And we are number one in several crops like ginger, okra, pea, and second in potato, cabbage, cauliflower, and so on. many crops we are second. If we compare the productivity in 2001, if we compare with the last 20 years, that time it was only 8.8 tons per hectare. But presently we have near about 12 tons productivity of horticultural crops, and we are producing. It is more than the cereal crops what horticulture we are producing. Present total production of horticulture crops is 351 million tons. Out of that 351 million tons, total fruit production is near about 108 million tons, and vegetable production is more than 210 million tons at present. In Government of India, they have the target that when we are going to be in 2047, a mission of our Prime Minister that we have to be the Vikshit Bharat ki hum baat karte hain, we have to be achieve our all goals. So that time we have target of vegetable production 405 million tons in 2047. What these our based on the growth of our populations. And for fruits, we have 244 million tons these targets particularly. And if we see the data in 2022, we are near about exported near about more than 11,000 crores, particularly these fruits and vegetables. But if we see in the total world production and our reach to the total world is near about only 1%. Although we are exporting more than 10,000 crores worth of rupees particularly. And these are the some constraint already chairman have discussed that we have to be develop the good quality produce. We have to be make the good transportation, good value chain, good supply chain, and storage facility. So these are some constraints. These are the reasons why we are not having the very good dent in the other countries to make our horticulture produce more profusely. Besides that, we have a lot of constraints because all, whether it is MIT University, whether it is ICR, we are all working with the some targets, with the some focused persons. Like our client is farmers, our client is industry, our client is consumer, our client is traders, our clients are exporters. So major our clients is the farmers. So if we see in our country, we have a fragmented land, particularly 85% of our farmers, if we see, they are marginal or small farmers. Their land holding is less than 1 hectare. Second things, we do not have much irrigation facility. It's still near about 58% our land is irrigated. Others are, we do not have irrigation facility particularly. And how we have to manage our natural resources, particularly we have lost lot of productivity of our soils. So how we can manage that productivity with the use of like organic farming, natural farming. There are several issues are there, how we can have that. And one other challenge, what we are thinking that climate change, we are thinking that it will be in lesser phase, but last 2 to 3 years, we have that the climate change is what scientists we are thinking that it will come very slow, but it is coming very big way. So our challenges are very much, particularly if one examples we can take. We are receiving normal these rainfall. Suppose 1100 mm, that is normal rainfall we are receiving. But what is the frequency of that? Even in one day, we are receiving more than 115 ml. Sometimes it is 200 ml rainfall. So this type of things is coming. Therefore, climate change is becoming a major problem with us. And last of emergence of different diseases and pests, they are also coming. We are solving problems for one disease. Again, one new disease is emerging due to this climate change. And if we see the diversity in our country, we have a lot of diversity from north to south, south to these east to west. But productivity of our different states is very different. In same crops, we have productivity of 5 tons per hectare. In other states, we have same crops, we have 20 tons productivity. So how we can gap this productivity among the different states, that is also a problem. And then quality seed and planting material. That is, we are discussing long back this issue, but still a lot of gap is there, particularly there. And big data management, proper data, already they have that robotics, drone, these big data, how we can manage these things. I think this is, we cannot actually map each and every farm. Till date, we are discussing a lot, but now government has started crop registry program, and unfortunately, I was the member of that. And I think in the coming time, next 2 to 3 years, we can have the mapping of each and every farms of the farmers, and we have a lot of FPOs. Government has priority, particularly making the FPOs, but how much functional FPO we have, particularly in horticulture sector, that is also, I think we have to, if we can make the functional all FPO, we can get the lot of, I think, achievement, particularly from them. And credit, particularly credit systems, whether we are getting the credit timely. And as all we know that fruits and vegetables, they have very less shelf life. So that is our, again, a challenge for us. We have listened a very good lecture with our eminent scientists, particularly for drying through the heating machines and mechanization. Mechanization is also a problem. In our farmers, near about 11% farms are mechanized. We have a lot of scopes. In other countries, if we say near about 85 to 84% mechanizations are there with the farmers. So how we can have these mechanization more in that? These are some challenges which we have in the horticulture sectors. So being these challenges, what are the opportunities what we have, particularly how we can go for that? So we have to start the research based on the consumer need. Who is the consumer? Maybe industry, maybe farmers, maybe traders, for taste, nutrition. If you see the horticulture, horticulture is a very, we can say, very attractive and very tasty subject. Nutrition is a different, taste is different, safe production, biofortified variety. If we are taking any fruits and vegetables, always we are thinking that we are taking good nutrition. So the research for the consumer, that is, I think, one of the most important things. Then sustainable productions, research for nature. How we can save our nature, that is also very important. More production from less water, more production from less fertilizer, more production from less energy. That should be our mantra. Then we can achieve, then we can sustain our these production. And climate resilient technology. It may be varieties, it may be production technologies. These areas we have to work on them, and promote the horticulture based tourism also. Whether we can promote horticulture based tourism in the future, we have to make at least some spots in the universities or some other places where our children who are residing in the cities, they don't know how potato can be grown, how woods can be grown. So they can see that ecotourism. I think that will be one of the area. And how we can diversify our food basket. Then horticulture is the only sector by which we can make the rainbow color of our particularly thali what we are eating. So promotion of underutilized crops, lesser known horticulture crops, that is also one of the important. And encourage the basic and strategic research and use the new breeding technology like genome editing. There are a lot of breeding technologies or new breeding technologies are coming. And Nutan madam, they have given the lot of strength of that MIT University. We have seen a lot of basic work is going on there. How we can collaborate these basic work with applied research institutes and other institutes with our Krishi Vigyan Kendra, how we can make the synergy among these different institutes. I think that will be the one of the best things for this university. And strengthen the horticulture based information systems. Use the new tools, particularly AIs and international these internet IoT. These are the different information systems, how we can use this and farm of the futures, like vertical farmings. We are now talking, we have to go on the moon. We have to start the agriculture on different other aspects. So farm of future like protected cultivation, these vertical farming. These are the different areas, and we have to use the lot of automations in that area. Based on the automations, we have to create our farms of the futures. And partnership development, already our chairman sir discussed, lot of partnership is required, and you have very big umbrella. I think public private sectors, they can do, I think, wonder if they will come uh, together. And linkage among the national and international. This is MIT. I think that is one of the best platform. We can have the collaboration even internationally if we need. I think that will be the one of the best things. And then again, human resource development. I think major important work that MIT is doing, that is human resource development. Today, students, what they are here, I think they will be the tomorrow scientists, they will be the tomorrow policymakers, they will be the tomorrow administrators. So I think they, if they will be nurtured in very well manner, what you have said, that you are giving the sanskar, you are giving the path how they can move ahead. I think that will be the one of the best things. So attract the these minds, particularly in horticulture sector. That will be also one of the best things, particularly for the students. And I hope that MIT is doing that particular work. And the revision of syllabus. I think MIT and other private universities, they have these freedoms. They are revising their syllabus very frequently as per the need of the day. They have the, in our systems, generally in government systems, we are doing it 5 years at a time. But you have a freedom. So lot of new things are coming. Immediately the students can learn these type of techniques. So with this, I will not take much times. I am very much thankful, particularly our these organizer and Kaushik madam. She called me for 16th. Then I have tomorrow a meeting at Lucknow, and then therefore I written a mail. Then she asked that please come on 15th. So immediately one meeting came. Actually, meeting is already going on, but I wish to be have there physically, but unfortunately, due to this meeting, I am not able to come there. I am very much thankful to inviting me, particularly for this conference, and I wish that deliberation, these 2 days deliberation, will come out with good recommendations. And I hope that recommendations, if you are putting with us, we will take it forward to the governments, and we will try get it to approved. And if some specific things is there, specific recommendations, we will try get it to approve, and maybe that one may be path for the horticulture sectors. Thank you very much, one and all.
सुधाकर पांडे जी, फाउंडर प्रेसिडेंट, वेरी वेल स्पोकन, कमाल का बोले हो। आपका
Thank you, sir.
बोल के अपनी मुसीबत कर ली। दोबारा बुलाऊंगा आपको एक फोकस डिस्कशन में, जिसमें हम
Thank you.
लोग 25-30 लोग बैठेंगे, और
Thank
वो
you, sir.
मेरे एसएनटी वार रूम वाले करते हैं। Because you really told human resource development. What I'm doing, I think no other organization is giving so much value to human resource development. And I want to make good people in this area. We'll need your guidance. I appreciate it, sir. I appreciate
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for opportunity.
it.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. I really appreciate that despite being so busy, that you took us time from your ongoing meeting. So really grateful to you, sir. One small thing before you leave, we would like to release this abstract book, if you permit. If you have,
Yeah, please.
please.
Please go ahead.
We would now make this experience more special and release the abstract book. I would like to call Dr. Selvamurthy sir and all the dignitaries and guests here to kindly come forward and release the International Conference on Recent Advances in Horticultural Research, ICRAHoR Abstract Reading 2024.
Yes, I was.
Shalini Singh from Lucknow, I welcome you. Shalini, you have joined. I am very happy that you could join. Dr. Murthy, Shalini Singh को ये welcome कर दो from Lucknow, Director Lucknow, our ASAMT Foundation for Food and Technology. Shalini, great.
We'll do that, sir.
Great. Good. अरे सुधाकर जी को भागना है तो देख लो कैसे देर हो रही है इनको.
Present here with us are Dr. W. Selvamurthy, President ASTIF Amity Science Technology and Innovation Foundation and Director General of Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation. So has served Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO Government of India for 40 years.
Honorable Founder President. Yes. Let me first of all express our gratitudes to Honorable Founder President. For him, research and innovation is his life. He gives, as he said, 18 hours at this age of 81 to research and innovation. I get the mail night at 3 o'clock, 3 a.m. in the morning. And that is how he is giving his innovation should transform a nation. So that is the spirit with which Amity Group of Institutions is working to promote creativity, innovation, problem-solving ability in our children. We have filed 2,100 patents, 2,100 patents, and the topmost academic institution in the country today to be filing that number and also getting it granted. We have more than 350 patents granted and also 35 technologies transferred to the industries. This is Amity today, which is only about 19 years young. So you can imagine over a period of time, what will be the number of people? We have 700,000 alumni across the globe. And we have 35,000 research papers in journals of repute. Our H index is 139. Imagine this, the leaps and bounds, the exponential growth Amity is doing under the leadership of Dr. Ashok Chauhan and the chancellors, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Dr. Asim Chauhan, and dedicated team of vice chancellors. So this is Amity. Amity Founder President, you have already announced one outcome, that is Horticulture Mission. Amity Horticulture Mission, we will ensure that this is immediately established and we will connect with various institutions, particularly ICAR. Because ICAR, we have signed a very important MOU, which is about more than 10 years ago. And when Dr. Ayyappan was the secretary, that founder president himself was there to sign this MOU with the secretary. Then Dr. Ayyappan in ICAR, we are the first private institution to sign the MOU with Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Let's clap for this great initiative, ICAR. That institution transformed India, which was a begging bowl, into a breadbasket today. And as Dr. Sudhakar was mentioning, we are in top 5 milk, number one in production, vegetables, fruits, number two, and eggs, poultry, and everything what you say, even in horticulture, everywhere we are in the top of the world. But then we are not satisfied. We want to increase the productivity now. In terms of production, we are on top. What about productivity per hectare? Productivity per capita? That is where we should now focus. Amity is focusing in that area. We are trying to increase the productivity using microbial technology, using Piriforma spora indica, which is root endophyte, acetobacter, the consortium, which we have created as a microbial technology, which can give protection against the abiotic stress like low temperature, low water availability, salinity of the soil, alkalinity of the soil. So all this will provide climate resilient cropping, which Amity is doing for horticulture. So we are already increasing. We have tried it on horticulture produce. We have been able to increase 15% of the yield. That's huge. So this we have given it in Punjab. We have given it in the Uttar Pradesh. We have given it also in Andhra Pradesh. And the technology has been transferred to 6 industries today, including one in Taiwan, which is a Sinon corporation. And we got $50,000 as the technology transfer fee and 2% royalty for 10 years. So this is just the beginning of the agricultural productivity endeavors. The second is post-harvest. Amity has made tremendous impact on post-harvest on 3 technologies. The first one is zero energy cooling chamber with ICAR model, and we worked with UC Davis on a USA project. Today, we have been able to construct and demonstrate a simple frugal solution for managing the horticulture produce in the field itself by the farmers, zero energy cooling chamber. Then we developed a AmiCool, which is a chamber where the power is available, economically use the power using the sensor which we developed, the AmiCool sensor which we developed. Then we looked at the ethylene receptor blocking, reversible blocking of ethylene receptors, particularly for fruits, papaya, banana, as well as mangoes. So we have been able to demonstrate these technologies for post-harvest. So we have an international center of post-harvest technology in Amity. Then coming to the other areas, medicinal plants, we are working very strongly on medicinal plants, particularly ashwagandha, the Vidania somnifera, Osmium sanctum, and many more. We are working in this area. Fish, we are working on circular economy. We are working on agrovoltaic technology, which is being displayed today in Greater Noida. There's a big exhibition. Dr. V.K. Jain and the team from Amity is displaying this, and the Ministry of Science and Technology selected this technology for display. Similarly, Prime Minister Office was given 50 technology presentation from various science ministry. And Amity's technology of agrivoltaic was selected by PMO for replicating in all the country, in all our states and districts. So this is what is Amity today. We have an Agri-Amity vision. We have an Agri-Amity vision, which is for next 20 years. How do we align Amity agriculture research with the ICAR and the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, the vision which they have set? So we have made our own Amity Agri vision, depending on the expertise available, manpower, and the facilities, we have created this. And then today we are fortunate to have 3 of the army people here. Major T.N. Singh, can you please get up? Major T.N. Singh, and also Air Commodore Nautial, and also Mr. Mishra. Mr. Mishra, let's give a big clap to these people. And they are going to work with us on drone. Drones are being used in agriculture. So they have come all the way to participate in this mission, that how do we spray all the fertilizers, pesticides? How do we see the pest like rust for the agricultural field like wheat? So how do we detect earlier and give intervention? So they are going to use drone technology. So any of our students are willing to have a 5-day program. They are willing to give the training for the drone pilots in Amity University. So that's why, thank you for coming, and we will build this partnership. We have also a new advisor joining Amity University. Can I have Professor Lakan Singh? Can you just get up? Just show the. He has joined recently, and Professor Lakan Singh has come from ICAR, and he is a specialist in the field of post-harvest as well as the extension activities. He is a specialist in extension, we want to take all the knowledge, expertise from land to lab, as well as back to land, So lab to land. So that extension activities Lakan Singh will be doing, and he will also connect with this drone team to take this as also one of the areas. So I will compliment Dr. Nutan Kaushik, who is a wonderful scientist, and she has worked with Terry, as was mentioned, for more than 2.5 decades. Now she is doing wonders on bilateral projects, multilateral projects, and in agriculture, she is the DG of the Agricultural Food and Agricultural Foundation of Amity. And now finally, to give the message, now the country is impatient to achieve things faster. Today is an aspirational India. It is just not only complacent that we are top 5 in the agricultural production, but we want to be the number 1 in the world. So how do we do that? So my dear students, you have a big challenge. Students, listen to this, because today we have a concept Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has given: one earth, one family, and one future. So if it is so, all of us who are coming from the other countries, listen to this. We want to work with you. We want to synergize your efforts, mission synergy. We want to connect with you for a fruitful outcome. So thereby, we will be able to achieve as a global family to meet the food security in spite of all the challenges, climate change, which is looming large. Also, the soil health getting eroded due to the use of fertilizers, pesticides, and the insult which soil is receiving. But then with all this, that we will be able to meet the food security for more than 7 billion people. That is India. That is you. So the young India, the vibrant India, Amity will make this mission happen. And all of you will be the missionaries and the participants in this Amity mission, not only horticulture mission, Amity Agri Vision, which the Amity Dr. Ashok Chauhan, with the consultation from all the experts from ICAR and other experts, we have been able to formulate. So again, Nutan Kaushik, thank you very much for this wonderful effort. I want to compliment all the faculties. Please, faculties of the Amity in the agricultural field, organic agriculture, horticulture, please stand up. Let's give a big clap to all these faculties who are responsible for this. Thank you very much. And wish you all the best. We would like to see outcome from this, not just only deliberations, but we would like to see a roadmap. What Amity should do, what the country should do, what the country should do in collaboration with other countries. So we would like to see coming out, Nutan Kaushik. So it's very clear the message from founder that not only horticulture mission, the deliberations which should lead to a blueprint, the roadmap, not just a proceeding which will be published subsequently, but we like to, and we would like to submit to Ministry of Agriculture. We would like to submit to FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization. So that is what should be the spirit always in Amity, that we look for a sustainable, continuous, sustainable, fruitful outcome, not only for Amity, but also for all the participants who are online, offline, and who would be joining on various deliberations. This is the culture which Amity has. I'm sure this conference will also fortify, and also it will strengthen that concept of outcome-oriented life for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your wise words. I would now like to invite Dr. Nutan Kaushik, ma'am, to felicitate our chief guest, Professor Trygve M. Akevik, NTNU, Norway, and our guests of honor, Dr. Sudhakar Pandey, sir, and Dr. Selvamurthy, sir.
Trygve, we are just facilitating you online. Yeah, felicitating you, please. This is for you, and no, but this is a traditional way of Indian traditional way of felicitating the guest here.
Dr. Trygve, it's a very important area you are working, which is on the post-harvest, particularly solar drying, freeze drying, and also the super cooling system with spray drying. It's all very important areas. Thank you so much.
This we will be sending by post to you. Thank you. Next. Dr. Sudhakar. Just share it. Dr. Sudhakar, sir, this is for you. Hopefully we will send it to your office, sir.
We will send you the blueprint of the new mission founder president has announced, the Amity Horticulture mission. What we would like to do further in the maybe next 2-3 years, we'll give a blueprint. Thank you, students. Please, take all the deliberation seriously. Listen to every word these experts say. Assimilate and also synthesize your own decisions to take it forward. That is Amity. Amity students should stand head and shoulder above everyone. So you are different. So that is why all that what is happening, you just attending, not just for only attending, but assimilate everything being said. Best wishes, blessings to all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your wise words. This seminar has been successful and informative, a one to remember truly indeed. We hope you take back something special from here. I would now like to take a moment to call Dr. Durgesh Tripathi, sir, Joint Coordinator, AIOA, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. I feel honored and privileged to propose a vote of thanks for this inaugural session of ICRAHoR on recent advances in horticulture research. I extend heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Founder President, sir, Amity Education Group, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, sir, for his unwavering support and vision on and to Honorable Chancellor, sir, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, for his encouragement and proper guidance. I extend my special thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, ma'am, for her leadership and inspiration. I am also very grateful to Dr. Nutan Kaushik, ma'am, DG Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation, Chairperson ICRAHoR 2024, and Dr. Silva Murthy, sir, President Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, and co-patron of ICRAHoR 2024 for being the catalyst that inspired us to do our best and stand as a pillar of our power. I would also like to extend a special thanks to Professor A.K. Singh, sir, Vice President, Amity Foundation, for science, technology, and innovation, his vision, commitment to work and education. On behalf of Amity University, I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Sudhakar Pandey, sir, ADG Horticulture, ICR. Thank you, sir, for sharing your invaluable insights. We are also grateful to our special guest, Mr. MC Dominic, who is not present in this conference because of some certain reasons, founder and editor-in-chief of Krishi Jagran, for gracing her with his presence and wisdom. I also thankful to Professor Lakhan Singh, sir, advisor AFAF, and Dr. Sangeeta Pandey for their support. I further want to express our sincere thanks to our keynote speaker, Professor Tragve for NTU Norway, for his wise words and his great presentation. My big thanks to you for to the people who are working behind the scene to successful execution of this event, faculty members, our students, and the IT support team. I am also thankful to the all participants for their active engagement in our international conference. Thank you so much to all.
Thank you all. I would now request all the guests and dignitaries to step forward for the lunch. Team 1 will start after the lunch. Please note.
Before we disperse, I would like to acknowledge the support which I have received from all my people, like faculty member. They have worked day and night. Yesterday night, even one of my fellow colleague, Tripti, was working until 12:30 and a.m. So thank you so much for making this as a great success. And we'll keep working hard to make it in a more successful. And as Honorable Founder President said, that we have to go in a mission mode. So after this, I think we will be like we have to work very hard to achieve this, to this make the horticulture mission a great success. Thank you so much. Thank you all my team, all participants who have gathered over here. Thank you so much. Please join for the lunch which is being served outside this room. Please join. Thank you. Thank you,
Dr.
Founder sir.
Dr. Nutan Kaushik.
Yes, thank you
Dr.
so much,
Nutan
sir.
Kaushik.
Yes, sir.
Just, I want to have a contact with all delegates, those who have come from outside. You have
Yes,
sent me the list and we should be in close contact with them. They are
Yes.
really self-motivated person and they will not get such chance as with MBT. They have come here and I want to see that they make great career together with the help and involvement of MBT. So you give me those who have come today, again the names, because I think a large number have registered. So all those who have come, I have high regard for them, high affection for them, and we should see that they become top in this area of horticulture.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. We will definitely take this, your advisor is, and we will be interacting with them very closely and
Right.
to make this horticultural mission a great success, sir.
Very good, very good, great. I'm very happy. Thank you. Thank
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for blessing and for
you.
so much of time to us, sir. You are really and what to say? I do not have words to express my gratitude to you, sir.
All, Nutan, fault is yours because you are too good in this area. So, so this is your fault to take so much time from me. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Uh,
Thank you. Sir, shall we close the session, sir? Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay. Please.
Biophysics, Frontiers in Plant Science. He has also released many varieties of sweet orange like Pusa Round and acid lime variety Pusa Abhinav. He has also released world's first Zizyphus hybrid Har Sevika, released by ICRAHoR, sweet potato variety, and development of economically viable and sustainable Amla-based cropping models for arid regions. He has also been awarded with many awards and recognitions and fellowships, like Fellow, Indian Academy of Horticultural Science, New Delhi, Outstanding Agriculture Research Award in Field of Horticulture, Society of Agriculture and Arid Ecology, Research, ICR, Kazri, Jodhpur, Fellow of International Society for Noni Science, Chennai, year 2018, Fellow of Indian Society for Arid Horticulture, ICRAHoR, Bikaner, 2018. He has also been awarded with the best and most impactful research paper published in Journal of Horticulture Sciences and Biotechnology for the year 2019. I would request Dr. O.P. Awasthi sir to please join us on the dais. So we would like to hear some words, some blessings from you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Anamika, for the nice introduction. Well, friends, a very good afternoon to you all. And I feel it is a privilege for me to be at MIT University on this important international conference which is being organized here. So far as the horticulture sector is concerned, I think so today horticulture does not need any introduction because if you talk of horticulture, horticulture is one sector which has surpassed the food grain production for the last 12 years. 12 years we are continuously on the rise. And today, if we talk of horticulture production in the country, we are producing about 351.92 million metric tons of horticultural crops from an area of 68.1 million hectares. So far as the production of fruits is concerned, we are producing about 108 million tons from about 7.1 million hectare area. So this is a very good progress, or we can say a very good dent has been made so far as the production is concerned. But when we talk of productivity, the productivity obviously continues to be at the lower side because this has been due to the several challenges, particularly the biotic and the abiotic stresses which is coming up. People are indiscriminately using the irrigation water, which is resulting in salinity. A large area is coming under salinity every year. Moreover, with the climate change, number of pests and diseases is threatening the fruit industry of India, particularly when we talk of citrus. In case of citrus, citrus psylla has become a major problem today. And maybe if we don't take into care of all these things, maybe in the coming next 7, 8, or 10 years, we'll be losing the citrus industry. Because citrus, so far as citrus is concerned, India is very rich in citrus, and the biodiversity which exists in India, it is the world's best. So under these situations, when we talk of this production, okay, it is not just a one-day work. In fact, if you go back to 50 years, you see that we were raising the plants to the seedlings. From seedlings, we have moved to the grafted plants, and today we are talking of this tissue culture plants, and today we are talking of genome technology, CRISPR-Cas, and so many other tools have come. Likewise, in case of breeding, also from conventional breeding, we have moved to the modern biotechnological tools like tissue culture is there, genome editing is there, CRISPR-Cas technology is there, mutagenesis is there. So many breeding. Now we are talking of speed breeding. Okay, gene silencing, where the EF genes, particularly flowering, speed breeding. When we talk of the EF genes, which can regulate 2 to 3 flowerings in a year and can harvest most produce. And of course, besides this, today we are talking of technological interventions. So technological interventions, I feel that it is very important, particularly in the present era when we are talking of the development in the technological tools. Technological tools can play a very important role and is going to play a very important role in the industrial transformation to convert into the modern agriculture. Technological tools like today we have signaling sensors, drone technology is there, where we can map our population, how much the area is under the threat of insect, pest, and disease, or even we can map that how much, when the irrigation is required or fertilization is required. And moreover, besides this, we also have the upcoming smarts in horticulture. Several upcoming smarts in horticulture are there. So I think so by combining these tools, we can go much ahead in increasing the production and productivity of the horticultural crops. With this, I thank you, Anamika, for the introduction. And with this, can we invite the first speaker? Okay, I invite in this particular session, that is technological advances in the horticulture sector. We have got 7 speakers in all. 2 are the keynote speakers, 2 are the invited talks, and 3 are the oral presentation. I request all the speakers to kindly stick to the time. Time is very important. And first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Mukhtar Albeki as a keynote speaker. He is from Tunisia. So, Anamika, can you please introduce the speaker, Mr. Mukhtar Albeki?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Albeke Mokhtar, he's from Arid Region Institute, Laboratory of Dryland Farming and Oasis Cropping. He did his diploma of PhD thesis in Biological Sciences, Faculty of Science of Tunisia. He has also served as an assistant professor in Arid Region Institute and as a senior engineer at the Arid Region Institute. His main research theme is improvement of crop production, vegetable, fruit trees, date palm, fodder, cereals in arid environment, protected crops under greenhouses, genetic breeding vegetable crops, biodiversity of cultivated species. He has also worked under various projects as a coordinator of a mission of specific support for oasis biodiversity protection activities carried out by specialized institutions as a part of the project Just and Durable Des Ecosystem Oasis and Tunisia. His expertise for international or national organizations has been also written, guided. He has also guided many students and he has participated in various exam juries also. So we welcome you. He's going to speak on the topic, the current state and sustainability of the Tunisian geothermal greenhouse horticulture production system. So over to you.
Thank you.
Delivery
And
online help will be.
sorry, can I start? Okay, thank you for the invitation and good morning. Because in Tunisia, this is it's 10 o'clock. And thank you very much for the invitation. And I have pleasure to be with you in this international meeting. So I am El-Bakir Mukhtar. I am from a doctor research in the drylands and Oasis crop laboratory in Institute of Arid Region in Medina, south of Tunisia. So I want to speak to you about the current state and the sustainability of Tunisian geothermal greenhouses horticulture production system. So the sustainability of agriculture production in any agro-system is influenced by socio-economic changes, agriculture practice, but also the climatic change, which is considered as the most environmental, the first environmental contrast in in this time. According to GEZ studies, the highest degree of global warming in 800,000 years is reached, which results that the weather is more and more unstable and men suffer the consequence. Paradoxically, the countries that are least responsible for climatic change are those that suffer the most. This is the case of our country, Tunisia, where climatic change has affected everything, such as we noted that cultivable land decreased by 3% each year and has a negative impact on biological balances and agriculture production and economic in general. In south of Tunisia, Oasis considered as the most important agro system with an area more than 50,000 hectare. Sorry.
Sir, please put your slide on slide mode. Slide mode, sir.
Like this?
So slide mode. Sir, at the end you can, yes, sir, yes, sir.
With an agriculture and a socio-economic importance. Oases are drying up and surface water supplies are raining low due to climatic change. Therefore, to safeguard the oasis viability and the growth of this dry region in South Tunisia, the state has mobilized deep water. Which comes from two aquifers, which are non-renewable aquifer, and which called the continental intercalaire (CE) and complex terminal, which are geothermal aquifer. I will give a sample idea about these two aquifer. The continental intercalaire extends over an area of 600,000 kilometers in the whole region of Algeria, Libya, and Tunisia. The small part localized in Tunisia is distinguished by an aquifer more than 1,000 meters of depth with a high pressure and a temperature which reach to 70 degree and a salinity range from 2.5 to 5 gram by a liter. The second aquifer, the complex terminal with geothermal aquifer, lies in south of Tunisia, region of Nefzawa and Jrid called, and the temperature range about 30 to 50 degree with depth with 100 to 600 meter of depth, and salinity range about range between 1.5 to 8 gram by liter. In South Tunisia, geothermal resources have been known since ancient times when they were widely used to support establishment for therapeutic hot bathing, but in oasis. But the oases are sensitive to high water temperature and their use directly may damage crops. So we must, the geothermal water must be cooled before it is used for irrigation, and that's why different geothermal water cooling design was studied in Tunisia. The most used actually is the mechanical draft cooling towers, which are usually built not far from the oasis. We see here the oasis, and not far from we found the mechanical draft cooling towers. So the water is firstly hot geothermal water goes directly to cooling, and after that we use the cold geothermal water to the irrigation of oasis, but also we can use the hot water directly for heating greenhouses. After that, we collected geothermal water after heating greenhouses for the cooling and use just a little part will be kept to irrigate the crops under greenhouses, but the most of the water collected will be used for the irrigation of oases. So under greenhouses, how we can use this hot water, geothermal water. So in the beginning, the water comes in the greenhouses with a temperature about 60 degree. And at the end, we collect the water with 35 degree in average. So heating was realized by the circulation of geothermal water in polypropylene pipes placed between the plant rows. This is another photo which showed how we placed the paper between the plant rows. But also we can find the steel papers which use it only in multi-chapelle greenhouses, which are wide greenhouses. And the same thing, we put it between the plant rows. In Tunisia, two type of geothermal exploitation can be distinction. The first one is a small exploitation with an area of less than 2 hectare, particularly in Kibili and in Tuzar, with small greenhouses. But there are another type. Sorry. Professional farms with an area which are more than 10 hectare, located particularly in Gibbs. These farmers apply a very advanced technique with water filtration by reverse osmosis for irrigation, and also automatic control of greenhouses cultivation, irrigation, so for control the irrigation, the fertilization, the heating of greenhouses, and also by the use of other energy sources to increase the surface area to heated greenhouses, like the use of natural gases, which are available in south of Tunisia. So the minimum night temperature were mostly below 7 degree and particularly lower than 5 degree in the desert region during all the wintry period. However, the new hybrid cultivated under greenhouses of melon or tomato require nocturnal temperature between 15 and 17 degrees. The possibility to using geothermal water has been shown as an economic and effective option to solve these problems and to maintain a minimum temperature of 12 degrees. But slot concentration of geothermal water is relatively high. It is arranged between 1 to 5 grams by liter. This salinity has a negative effect on yield, but it improves the gustative quality. Tomato and melon exported have a special savor and taste, which are in high demand in European market and generated noticeable prices. However, the concentration of sludge in the soil after the irrigation during several years with geothermal water cause uneven and stunted growth of plants and low yields. You see here the impact of slaughter in the leaf of a melon, and here you see the slaughter on the soil near to the greenhouses. In addition, in the increase in root disease due to the plant monoculture on the same parcel of land for years. So we have a lot of types of root disease, particularly fungic and nematode and other types of disease. So the intensification can be achieved only through the adoption of first promising agriculture practice such as soilless culture and grafted plants, using grafted plants. And also, on the other hand, we can study the breeding program to select efficient and suitable variety of melon and tomato. On the first study, I will show for you how soilless culture is in the process of becoming an interested part of agriculture in Tunisia and gained serious attention among farmers, especially under greenhouses heated and irrigated by geothermal water. You see here tomato cultivated without soils in soilless culture. But however, they remain limited for a big geothermal company because of the high installation cost compared to soil. It is predominantly based on artificial imported substrate. This situation rekindled to the search of alternative within the local available renewable and low cost one. So the investigation this use is a trial of culture of melon conducted under greenhouses heated and irrigated by geothermal water was carried out using and we have two local substrate, sand and compost, are studied and compared to any imported one, which is perlite. This study was published in paper in 2011 in African Journal of Agricultural Research. And the results show that this is the system of used in our institute to reduce the cost of this type of culture. So the system is open tranche system where we basically dig in a ditch in the ground, and then covered by plastic film. After that, we disposed perforated PVC type, then a fine layer of gravel to drain excess of water finally. This is the perforated PVC type and the gravel. This is a picture of greenhouses in our institute with this system used. So the results show that the effect of substrate on vegetative growth, quantitative and qualitative prediction show that compost and sand improve, give advantage for the root growth of the melon plants, and also for in the high of plants, we have noted a significant differentiation between the perlite and the sand and compost high. Also, for the production, we have noted that the local substrate, compost, and sand improve give production with the fruit with the caliber of fruit better. In the second study, I will speak about the use of grafted plants under greenhouses. Of course, in addition to its fundamental objective, resist to disease in the soil, the use of a grafted plant has also made it possible.
So Mukhtar, you just try to bind up within 5 minutes, okay? Because there are many.
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. In addition, so I said that the use of grafting has also made it possible to improve the growth and the production of tomato plants. However, the effect of rootstock varies depended on the grafted variety. Of course, we have used two types of rootstock. Heman and before, and we have used 3 variety of tomato, and we have compared the result, the observation for all the variety with with the control plants. So the result showed that the plants of tomato, the use of human and before is differ between the type of variety. So we must study the compatibility between variety and the rootstock. Also, for melon, we have used 2 rootstock, TZ 148 and another RZ rootstock for melon variety, Calypso, which are largely cultivated in south of Tunisia for exported and for the European market. We have noted that the not grafted plant have a little high of plants compared to the 2 type of rootstock when the plant grafted for TZ or for with RZ rootstock. So actually, we have another type of study which are in progress, which we want to study the organic fertilization for crops under greenhouses, heated and irrigated by geothermal. This is, I hope that we will increasing production while maintaining the industry's sustainability. Another axis of research in our laboratory, we are interested to collect and characterizes the local germplasm of cucurbitaceae in south of Tunisia, and we have doing the screening of the local cultivar for virus disease and fungal disease in order to select and breeding program for these vegetables. these results and other are popularized and disseminated by the organization of information days for agriculture and scientific meeting for studying and research.
Mr. Mukhtar, thank you very much because we are already, your time is over and we are already short of time.
Okay, okay, I finished it. I don't thank you. Thank you very much from Ira Kibili.
Thank you for your very innovative talk. So the audience, if they have any one or two questions, any questions from your side? At the end. Okay, we'll take the questions at the end. So I thank you for the very nice talk and what you have highlighted on the, particularly on the rootstock. Rootstocks are really very important in present scenario, because that is going to play a very important role, whether you talk of the biotic stress or the abiotic stresses. So you are doing good work, and even in a small country like Tunisia, the work being done is commendable. So my compliments, okay, on the entire organizing secretary and others, and thank you very much. Now may I invite the next speaker, Mr. Sanjay Sudan. Sanjay Sudan. Dr. Anamika, you may kindly introduce the speaker. He'll be delivering a keynote address. Mr. Sanjay Sudan, Director, Savir Biotech.
So, Dr. Sanjay Sudan is Director, Savir Biotech Limited, but today, unfortunately, he's not able to join us. So, on his behalf, Dr. Neha Pandey, ma'am, is joining us. She's Senior Scientist at Savir Biotech Limited, and she will be speaking on integrate speed breeding technique to shorten crop breeding cycle and to save time and resources. Dr. Neha, ma'am.
Hello. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Dr. Neha Pandey. I'm representing here Sanjay Sudan, the Director of Savir Biotech Limited. Currently, I'm working as a Senior Scientist in Savir Biotech Limited, which is in Greater Noida. I'm here to deliver my talk on integrated speed breeding technique to shorten breeding cycle and to save time and resources. So here I'll begin my slide. Is my slide visible on the screen?
No, it's not visible.
Is it visible now?
No. Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay. So I'll begin my slide from here.
And please be in time, okay? Try to respect the time.
Yes, definitely. I'll do that. Sure. Okay, so before beginning, most of us, even if we are working on horticulture crops, we must have faced several problems. So before moving on directly to the topic, I want to brief everyone how every researcher who is working on crop science faces few of the problems. Some of the common problems are low crop yield, low breeding cycle, slow generation, poor seed setting, irregular watering, yellowing of the crop, wilting, defect in crop due to extreme temperature, cold or heat, leaf dampness, humidity, pest attack, insect attack, so many problems which every researcher must have faced during growing the crops. Most importantly is the soil fertility and lack of nutrients, because that's the point from where plant gets the nutrition. And at the end, when we grow a crop, we have huge data, we have huge phenotypic variations. We have a lot of data, but we have limited resources and limited time to analyze and interpret the meaningful information from those phenotypic variations. So keeping all these problems in mind when we are growing a crop, growing any vegetable, flower, any fruit, these are some of the problems which everyone faces. So now our company is working on different techniques, which are modern techniques, high-tech techniques. So we have tried here to cover most of the problems faced by any researcher or any farmer or any student. To overcome this, we have a solution. Savir has a solution, which is an advanced technology. And that technology is called speed breeding. Now, there is a regular breeding when we grow a crop generation to generation, and then there is a another integrated new technique which is called speed breeding. What speed breeding does is that it accelerates the breeding of the cycle, breeding of the crop, so that seed to seed generation is achieved in less time, maybe in half a time, but if not half, in less time. So when you sow a seed, it crosses the vegetative stage, it crosses the flowering, and then it has a seed set. All of this time is achieved in less time. So this is the whole concept. Now, why we need that? Because when we are doing any crop breeding cycle, for any crop, we need regular selfing and generation advancement. And to facilitate this, a lot of time is spent in growing a crop. In order to overcome this problem, speed breeding will help you to save your time by growing your crop in less time. So through this technique, you can grow your crop in half a time. Usually, this is what I explained here. When we develop a line, when we do any trait analysis, we do a lot of phenotypic analysis, we do a lot of crossing, back crossing. This whole process usually takes 5 to 10 years. But when you will do through speed breeding, as because whole crop is generated in half a time, the line development time takes only 2 to 5 years. Rest, field testing and release will take its own course. Only the time when you analyze any specific trait for any crop, that time is reduced. Just to begin with the exact work, I want to highlight that we have manufactured this speed breeding facility, which is a turnkey project for Iri Vanarasi. And this was inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, in 2021. So this is just a glimpse to show how our facility is working and doing wonders in other places as well. Now, moving on to what facility does and how it helps the crop grower, I'll talk in my next subsequent slides. This is the glimpse of the person. This is the main person, who is Dr. Lee Hickey. He is the man behind introducing the speed breeding facility to the world. We happened to meet him in our Greater House Innovation Center. And that's how we also started working on the speed breeding technology. Now, what is this speed breeding technology? As I mentioned earlier, it reduces the crop generation time. Now, how it does that is when you grow a crop under controlled environment in extended photo period.
Neha, you don't talk about the basic things. You come to your work.
Sir, our work here, the company work here is to manufacture the speed breeding facility. So right now, I'm just coming to that work only. How this speed breeding facility helps the crop researcher to grow the crop in less time. How this facility will work, that's the main topic, and that I'll be talking in next subsequent slides coming up. So this technique, because it's important to tell how this technique works, this technique extends the photoperiod under control environment, it induces early flowering, early seed setting, it reduces the grain maturation period, and through this technique, you can also do early seed harvesting, and combining all this, you can achieve multiple generations per year. So this is the facility. As first thing I mentioned, the key point is to grow your crop under extended photo period of 20 to 22 hours. Like normal, you grow your crop for 12 hours. In this, you have to grow your crop under controlled environment in 22 hours. And that too with a specific spectra. The light spectra which you use have different meanings. If you're growing your crop through a vegetative phase, light spectra of blue is important. When you reach to your flowering stage, red spectra is important. Red spectra means something between 600 to 700 nanometer. So the quality of lamp which you will install your speed breeding facility will decide how accelerated your vegetative or flowering growth will be achieved. So this is the foundation of the whole facility, how under control environment with specific light spectra, you can grow your crop, you can expedite your vegetative and flowering stage. Next important point is that you want the same light of intensity to fall on your crop all through the cycle. For this, you have a vertical automated vehicle system in which as your plant grows, the light which falls on the canopy will also grow so that the distance between your plant canopy and light remains the same. This is very important because you want the right intensity for the right duration and time to fall on your plant. You don't want to burn out the tips as your plant is growing, and you don't want to let your crop be deficit of the right intensity. So this light vehicle will keep on gradually move up as your crop will move upward. It is fully automated. No manual work is needed. So this is important because when you have your pot of this size, plant of this size, the light will be having about 60-meter difference. But as your crop will grow, the 60-meter height will decrease. So the canopy, the light canopy has to move up. Through this facility, you can achieve that. Next most important thing is the temperature. Temperature, because every plant flower at its unique temperature, bloom at its unique temperature. So under controlled environment, the whole system will maintain the microclimate so that whenever the plant is growing, it's not having stress to not to flower or to not to seed set. These are special kind of curtains which automatically closes and open during the when too much of heat is trapped inside, the curtains automatically opens up so that the trapped heat can be exuded out. Similarly, when there is too much of cold outside, the curtains will close automatically. This will also do one more purpose because because the main thing is to maintain the photoperiodism. These are blackout screens. These blackout screens will not interrupt your light intensity, which is directly from the outside, from the sun source. So whatever light you are getting from the artificial way in a form of a bulb light, not from the outside sunlight. Sunlight is usually showing you visible light. Visible light has very limited thing to do with the flowering and planting. So as I mentioned, maintaining air conditioner and heating is important. Our facility will do that in a very good way. Secondly, whatever nutrition plant gets, it's through the water. So proper irrigation is important. This has a ebb and flow system. Whenever your water limit drops to a certain extent, for example, you have set your water to be released at 45% of soil moisture level. So this ebb and flow will release water automatically when your soil moisture reaches below 45%. 45 is just a number. You can set to 30, 35 depending on your experiment. This is very good for people who are working on abiotic stress or finding crops or plants which are tolerant to abiotic, because you can monitor your water level very precisely and the water will only be released in the flow when that desired threshold value has reached. And so this will flood the whole bench whenever the water level goes down, and for 2-3 minutes, water will be there till the time roots absorbs your water and the remaining water which is underutilized will flow out. So this is one way of effectively utilizing the water also, and there'll be no problem of underwatering and overwatering here. Secondly, humidification. Humidity is one more thing which is important and which is harmful also. So this 10 micron size will just create the ambience, and it will not form a big droplets on your plant because of the big droplets, there are many times molds and fungi growing. So this humidifier will only generate the ambience of the humidification, but not the big droplets to dampen your plant or to dampen your surface. By not dampening, it will restrict the extra mold and extra algae growth on your plants. Second is the fertigation. Fertigation is very important because the water which you give to your plant has a specific pH which plants love. So this fertigation system will maintain the pH of the water, and additionally, you can also feed your NPK or your micro and macronutrient into this. The doses of the fertilizer is preset, and along with the water, the FertiBridge will release the fertigation fertilizers, nutrients along with the water. So you don't have to do it manually. You just have to preset your program in the FertiBridge. Whenever, according to your protocol, the fertilizers are supposed to be given, you can give along with the water system and in your preset dose, in your preset module. So it's all integrated and controlled, no human error, no scope of giving too much of fertilizers or too less of NPKs. Even macro and micronutrients, there are several cylinders dedicated to each one. The one which will you put as an on mode, that nutrient will only be released along with the water, and particularly on that specific day and time when you want. So using this whole integrated system, there's a very limited scope of underwatering, low watering, soil fertility, dampness, algae growth, irregular seed germination, irregular flowering. All these things will be checked in an automated way. This is the beauty of the whole facility. And as I said, this is all automated. Everything is controlled through a control monitor system. And this monitor has an app which can also be downloaded on your phone. So even if you're away from your facility and if anything goes wrong with the light, AC, fertigation, you will be alerted so that you can come back to the speed breeding facility and check what's going wrong and fix the problem without any delay or extended damage to the crop. So it gives you first alert when anything goes wrong in your facility function.
You please conclude now.
Yes,
Next,
sir.
conclude.
Yes, sir. So I'm almost at the end. So this is the control panel. How its speed breeding is advantageous. It has many functions. As I said, you can do germplasm development, variety development. You can do the selection in half a time, many, just to wrap up quickly. You can integrate in your current breeding program because you can harvest seed to seed in half a time. That is the bottom line. There are few challenges. First, access to the speed breeding facility, trained staff to do the protocol, and major problem is the funding because it's an integrated facility which needs automation at every level. Some of our facility, this is our approach, how we work. We do turnkey projects. We conceptualize, design, manufacture, install, after sales, and training of how to grow your crop in the speed breeding. Following the protocol is also being taken care by the Savir Biotech Limited. So, and we are also ready to collaborate with research institutes and universities who are interested in growing their crops under this facility. Some of our facilities, Reliance, PepsiCo, we are there everywhere. Just a few quick glimpse of our company. It's established in 1978. The R&D is recognized by DSIR. We have manufactured more than 200 such facilities. We are a team of PhD scientists, crop scientists, engineers, managers. Milestone starting from 1993 to 2021 is here, but we are 24 here. So more feathers are yet to add on into it. Conclusion, I'll quickly go around. Thank you so much. We are resourceful, we are dependable. Anybody who's interested in getting the speed breeding facility, they can contact us anytime. We'll be happy to help or assist in our own capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neha, for a very nice talk. In fact, I think so the students must have definitely benefited from your talk. But what this Savir Biotech is doing on the speed breeding front? In which crop?
Sir, right now we are doing we have our in-house facility also. We have grown wheat successfully for 3 generations, and we completed the cycle of wheat in 90 days.
Research
Otherwise,
something or not? Research front.
Sir, pardon, sir?
You are talking about the techniques only. In the research front, they are doing something or not?
Sir, because we give the facility, we manufacture for other clients also. So initially, we made the facility for our own self at our Savir Technology Center Park. Okay. And there we grew own crops. The crop which we tried using this speed breeding protocol was wheat. So we did for the client purpose, but because we wanted to understand how we can accelerate.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Sir.
We got it. So now I invite the next speaker, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Singh. He's a very eminent breeder. I know him personally also. He's heading the division of vegetable science at Pantnagar, and he had been to various countries. Animika, I request you to briefly introduce the speaker, and we can invite Dr. Dinesh Kumar Singh then.
So, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Singh, sir, I know him personally because I am one of his students. So I'm very happy to introduce him here. So Dr. Dinesh Kumar Singh, sir, is an eminent horticultural vegetable scientist and professor. He is head of Department of Vegetable Science, GB Pant University. He's pursued his PhD from Narendra Dev University and postgraduate course from University of Jerusalem, Israel. He served the position of Director, Uttarakhand Council of Biotechnology, Government of Uttarakhand, Director, Training and Placement, Associate Director, Research, Assistant Director, HRC. He was also selected as a consultant in UN FAO. He has published more than 80 research papers in referred journals and many popular articles. He has attended more than 78 international and national symposiums. Dr. Singh has developed 14 varieties of vegetable crops and introduced polyhouse tomato breeding and parthenocarpic cucumber breeding program first time in India, and released 4 varieties. He has successfully completed 23 research projects and funded by well-known agencies like DBT, DST, UCB, HTM, NAIP, ICR, NHB, and UPCAR. He has guided many MSc and PhD students also. He has been awarded by Dr. Rajendra Prasad Puraskar Award for the year 2007-8, Fellowship of the Horticultural Society of India 2014, and Uttarakhand Ratan Award 2015. He has been awarded as Guest of Honor at Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur, and Fellow of CHAI 2019. Eminent Scientist Award in 2019, and Indian Society of Vegetable Science Eminent Scientist Award. He has also visited many educational institutions of different countries like Ethiopia, Israel, Romania, China, USA, Bangkok, and Kathmandu, Nepal, to represent his research activities at the host events. Sir, we welcome you. Today he is going to speak on the
Thank
topic.
you, Dr. Alka.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Avasthi, thank you very much. Now, my topic is idiotype vegetable crop breeding for the high-tech agriculture. In fact, this idiotype crop breeding, why it is needed? In fact, there are polyhouse cultivation in India. Now it is not, we can say that is emerging, but it is a very old tradition since the 2070. But next slide, please. The current some of the burning facts why we go for the polyhouse breeding or polyhouse crop production. This current population of India is up to the 2023, that is 1.44 billion.
Sir,
Estimated,
on
yeah.
slide, sir, please do it on slide mode, and it is not moving.
It is not, but looking slide.
Slide not moving.
It's not moving. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Is it okay, Dr. Anamika?
So it is not, it is moving, but it is not in slide mode. Sir, ये नीचे एक option है. Please select that option for slide mode.
Slide mode.
A funnel shaped option is there. Okay, sir. It's okay, sir. You continue, sir. Sir, please continue.
Okay. This now population is a very alarming situation. By 2050, we will reach about the 2.66 billion. In India, the total cultivable area is it okay? I hope. Total area under the agriculture is 192. The total cultivable area decline at the rate of 15%. Total area under the polyhouse cultivation is approximate 110,000 hectare. This production of the vegetable is estimated is 211 million tons, but by 2050, we need the 375 metric ton. So now next slide. Now there is a situation because the cultivable area is reducing day by day due to urbanization and industrialization. Now we have option only some high-tech techniques to be adopted to meet out our requirement, our vegetable requirement. Particularly for that, we should need to exploit the protected cultivation in India. What are the profit? Why we go for the protected cultivation? Under the protected cultivation, improved quality of the produce we can harvest, high productivity. High productivity means in some of the vegetable crops, there is a 300% more yield in comparison to our open field condition. The nursery technology, nursery raising through the plug pro tray is a very good material we are producing, and by that we can harvest the crop at least 15 days. Better insect pest management, because the crops is grown under the polyhouse condition. There is no opening, any opening, because all openings is covered with the polythene, either IP net. So entrance of the any vectors is not possible, so that crop can be free from the almost all insect pest diseases. Off-season cultivation, as we know, the crop is available in the market during the off-season. Its market rate or consumer price is almost double and triple in comparison to the main season. Profitable returns. Ultimately, we are, because of there is off-season vegetable off-season production, as well as the almost 10 times more production. So ultimately, the farmers are getting the more profit. Efficient use of the resources, because nowadays the shrinking of our water resources. Here is we are under the polyhouse system. We are managing the single drop of the water for the production of the crop. Next slide. So, but in spite of that huge advantage, some disadvantage also connect with the polyhouse cultivation. Standardization, there is a lacking of the area specific design for the polyhouse cultivation. Next thing is a cladding material. Cladding material is very costly, and so it needs to develop some other options where the material cost can be reduced. Lack of the professionals, polyhouse manufacturer, leading to the improvised structures. Instrument, whatever things is required, that should be properly, and it should be the cost effective. Vegetable production technology, including the suitable variety. As we know, there is an importance of the G into E, as far as the G indicates the genotypes. That contributes in the production, that is 50%, and 50% is controlled by the environment. If the environmental condition is very excellent, but your genotype is not good, then you can't harvest the good yield. Lack of awareness among the farmer pertaining the polyhouse techniques. Then import of the polyhouses which are not suitable for our Indian condition. In fact, some of the varieties, none of the varieties are available in India. Now, last 5 to 10 years, ICR and ASAUs, they are making efforts to develop the variety for the polyhouse condition, because the whatever varieties our farmers is growing, particularly nowadays, they are they are not suitable for our polyhouse condition, because here the temperature is high. In European country or other temperate country, where the temperature never go above 30 degrees centigrade, but now here the temperature goes to 50 degrees centigrade, almost as a thumb rule. There is a 5 to 7 degrees centigrade more temperature under the polyhouse condition. So whatever varieties, our indigenous varieties is required for the polyhouse cultivation. So as far as the area globally is 4.9 million hectare greenhouse around the world, and state with the largest greenhouse area, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, and northeastern state. These states having the much area about this polyhouse condition. Why we go for the polyhouse? How much percentage of the yield advantage under the polyhouse, under the protected cultivation, and under the open condition? For example, in tomato, in open condition, there is a 25 to 35 tons per hectare. under greenhouse 80 to 150 tons. There is a almost 252 to 348% yield advantage. But here I would like mention one point. Because of in India there is no specific program for the development of the variety, particularly the tomato, capsicum, and cucumber. The production of the genotypes under the polyhouse condition in India, now they are for the MNCs. Because I did my postdoc from the Israel, the Israeli, they have developed the variety. Their yield potential is 300 tons. And now I am harvesting 118 to almost 150 tons. So this yield gap is only due to the non-availability of the varieties which are suitable for the protected cultivation. Similar in capsicum, there is almost 320% more yield. In case of the cucumber, most of the farmers by 10 days year, they are growing the monoecious cucumber under the polyhouse condition. As we know, there is a problem because the cucumber is a cross-pollinated crops. So when it grown under the polyhouse condition, the crop performance is not satisfactory because there is a lacking of the pollinizer. So now the introduction of the parthenocarpic gene or PC genes, there is no need of the pollination, and there is a clear cut to 20 tons in comparison to the 280 tons. Almost this much 10 times, 15 times more yield in comparison. Similar way in muskmelon, brinjal, okra, chili, radish, cabbage, and cauliflower. For example, cabbage and cauliflower, that is a cross-pollinated crops, but they are fit for the multi-layer cropping in case of the polyhouse condition, because here we are not producing the seed, here we are only harvesting the curd. Radish, in case of only radish, root is harvesting. So this crop can be also grown as a multi-layer cropping system under the polyhouse condition. As far as the brinjal is concerned, although it is a self-pollinated crop, but cross-pollination is occurs due to the heterostyly position. But now some of the private company, they have developed the varieties which are fit for the polyhouse cultivation, because they have introduced the parthenocarpic gene in the brinjal variety. So ultimately there is no need of the pollination. So these advantages, this much percent of the yield advantage has contributed much more. Next. So there are so many types of the polyhouses are available in India, that is low cost or naturally ventilated, medium cost, and high cost polyhouses, plastic glow channels, net houses, and plastic mulches. These are the structures which are utilized for the production of the crops during the off season. Crop covered under the protected cultivation. So all types of the crop, these crops are grown under the protected. Protected means not that is a polyhouse, that may be net house, that may be low tunnel, that may be high tunnels, that may be mulching also. Next. So these crops, here is a list of the crops which is fit for the polyhouse cultivation. For example, parthenocarpic cucumber, and this tomato, capsicum, cabbage, strawberry, chrysanthemum, gerbera, rose, and carnation. These crops are very fit for the polyhouse cultivation, and there is a clear-cut significant advantage. If we see the vegetable varieties available in India, if see this slide, none of the varieties in the list which is indigenous, which are developed in India. Almost all the varieties which are from the MNCs, they are producing or they are breeding these variety in outside, and just after the multi-locational trials they have introduced. But there is one negative point these varieties, when the temperature goes up to 30 to 35 degrees centigrade, they have stopped the fruiting, so ultimately no yield. But in our Indian situations, we need the variety which are able to set the fruits up to the 45 degrees centigrade. Next. Keeping in all this view, the Panagar University is a pioneering organization which have started first time polyhouse vegetable breeding program, and they have made some small contribution, become the pioneering vegetable varieties for the polyhouse condition. Next slide. So why reason for the polyhouse breeding? Why we go for the polyhouse breeding? Indeterminate growth habit. For example, the very ideal crop is your capsicum, parthenocarpic cucumber, and tomato. So in these crops, because here we are utilizing the vertical height. If the crops which are hardly 30 or 40 centimeter or up to the 60 centimeter, that crop will be never benefited and not profitable under the polyhouse condition. At least the crops which are 25 to 30 feet height, that will be the profitable for under the polyhouse condition, long duration reproductive phase. So for example, in tomato, the crops our farmers are growing traditionally in the outside condition, only the cropping period is 4 months. They have transplanted the crop during the month of the December, and the crop finished by the end of the May. So there is only 3 to 4 month crop season, but the crops under the polyhouse condition, tomato crops, it is almost 9 months. It is crops is transplanted under the polyhouse condition during the month of the September, and it is continued till June. So almost 9 months. Overcome the pollination problem. There is a great problem of the pollination. So some pollinizers should be introduced. Research is required. But for example, the crops is like capsicum and parthenocarpic cucumber, due to the introduction of the PC genes, there is no need of the pollinizer, but particularly in case of the tomato, there is a need of the not pollinizer. There is some vibration, big honey bees species which are introduced, high quality produce. That is a very good quality of the produce we can harvest there, and yield differences as I have shown in the earlier slide. Keeping in this view, the Panagar University has started the breeding program, Parthenocarpic cucumber breeding program, with this objective: productivity and earliness. Parthenocarpic, because without parthenocarpic, no cucumber can be grown inside the polyhouse. Female to male sex ratio. So ultimately, because in monoecious cucumber, that is a sex ratio is a 20:1, 20 male and 1 female. So ultimately, female flowers is producing the fruits. But in case of the due to introduction of the parthenocarpic gene and F gene, we can rogue out we have eliminated the expression of the male flower. So ultimately, almost 10 times, more than 10 times of the yield advantage under the polyhouse condition by the introduction of the parthenocarpic cucumber. 2 to 3 fruits per cluster, and fruit length should be 15 to 20 centimeter. That is a consumer preference size fruit. Attractive green, dark green fruits, smooth surface, uniform long cylindrical shape, fruits free from the bitterness. As we know that when the monoecious cucumber are grown under the field condition during the summer season, due to presence of the BI genes, the fruits started developing in the bitterness. So under this condition, there is no need.
Please conclude within 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay. In fact, please go on. Here is a genetics of the parthenocarpic cucumber by the introduction of the PC genes and F genes. PC genes is a gene which are responsible for development of the fruit without pollination, and F gene which is enhancing the female tendency. Next slide, please. Depending upon this, our researches. So here is a PCUC P1. These are the parthenocarpic cucumber lines up to the 4. And there is a clear-cut yield advance. Pansankar Khira, this is tested against, and there is this much yield advance, 450 quintals and 1750 55 quintals. So there is a clear-cut one. This variety has been released for the cultivation. Previous slide, previous. So this Pant Parthenocarpy cucumber 3 and Pant Parthenocarpy cucumber 2 has been released for the public domain to the farmers. So just you see each and every note wears the cucumber, and there is no male flower at all. Next crop, next important crop for the polyhouse, that is a tomato, and breeding objectives is increased yield with the earliness and highly indeterminate. And depending upon this objectives, I have developed the two varieties which are come to this slide. Two varieties which are high yielding, and just we see the fruiting sequence of the varieties which are developed, that Pant polyhouse hybrid, and the yield potential. It is tested with against the Naveen 2000 plus, that is 18,884 quintals per hectare, where is a 3,327 quintals. So almost 300 tons we are reaching here. And but by the adoption of the which are variety is not suitable for the polyhouse condition, that is 888 tons only yield. Next slide. Next important crop, because by growing the many years to the cucumber, then capsicum, then tomato, the soil of the polyhouse becomes sick. So I have tried to develop the varieties indeterminate type of the bean varieties, which will also give the good income, as well as also improve the soil condition of the polyhouse. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Come to last. Then another crop is a capsicum. I have tried, but the location is not fit for the capsicum breeding. So Panagar has not developed any variety. Next slide. So this is a crop which I have grown, although that is not mine variety. This variety is from the Nanhan Seed Company. Next. Next important crop is brinjal, which is a new crop need to be exploited for the polyhouse cultivation by the introduction of the Parthenocarpy PC gene. Next. So these are the genes which can be exploited for the development of the good varieties for the polyhouse condition. Next. So future strategies, development of the location specific and cost-effective design, standardization of the package and practices, including the fertigation that needs, because that environmental condition have, evolving effective and eco-friendly control measure of the pathogens, reducing the dependency to import the seed, and development of the suitable varieties within country. So almost all institutions may start the polyhouse vegetable breeding program or constant breeding program for the constant climatic conditions. Intensification of R&D, development of the tools, devices, and equipment to reduce the cost, and development of, that is another very important, development of the biodegradable polymers as a cladding material. Now, last slide. So keeping in prospects in India, there is a need of the strong research support, combining conventional and modern breeding methods, search of the new genes for the idiotype vegetable crop breeding, diminishing area, increasing population, need filling food security, high productivity. So for that, go for the protected cultivation. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, sir, for a very elaborative talk. In fact, you should have got more time for the presentation, but I don't know how it was organized, but it was very informative. Although polyhouse is very good, particularly so far as the production of Parthenic cucumber and cherry tomato, also now they are going in large quantity. And this has in fact revolutionized the horticulture industry, because now we are getting all the off-season crops and all. This is the what you say, gift of polyhouse. Only one concern I have in this is that what about the pesticide residue in the polyhouses which they are using?
That's have in fact, if the polyhouse is properly maintained, there is no opening in the polyhouse. So ultimately, there is no entry of the any vector. So the incidence of the insect pest pathogens is very, very less. As far as concerned to infestation of the nematode, because that is now a big issue. For that, we can go for the grafting. Otherwise, once a polyhouse soil becomes sick, it is very difficult to control the nematode infestation. The only remedy is root stock breeding.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you once more. Now may I invite the next speaker, Dr. Dhiren Singh. Dr. Dhirendra Singh also, he has been my colleague. He has been 1 year junior to me. So Anamika, I invite you to kindly read out his biodata in brief. You go in brief because time is short. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir. Dr. Dhirendra Singh, sir, he is Joint Director, Research and Professor, Vegetable Science Department. He completed his PhD from GB Pant University only. Presently, he is serving as Professor, Department of Vegetable Science and Joint Director, Research in Directorate of Research, GB Pant University. Dr. Singh has guided more than 20 MSc and PhD students, and he has published more than 100 research papers. He is presently handling 2 All India coordinated project on vegetable crops and spices funded by Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi. He has developed 2 varieties and 4 elite germplasm of rapeseed and mustard. He has been associated with development of 4 varieties of potato during the last 10 years. He has received Lieutenant Amit Singh Memorial Foundation Award 2014 in recognition of outstanding contribution rendering in the field of vegetable improvement, production and protection technologies under ICRAHoR. He received fellowship of International Society for Noni Science, Chennai, India for the year 2022. Sir, we welcome you. Please.
Okay, so welcome, sir, for the presentation. And the time allotted is 10 minutes only, because we are running very short of time. So I request you, sir, to complete within 10 minutes. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
So my slide is visible or not?
Please unmute yourself, sir. You are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Sir, please unmute yourself and your slide is visible.
I unmuted. You are not getting my voice?
Now it is clear. Okay,
Now it is clear.
please go ahead.
Okay. So slide is visible or not?
Yes, sir, slide is visible.
Okay. I put in a slide mode. So now it is okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Awasthi, giving to opportunity to deliver the talk on horticulture. I will finish within time. I appreciate Dr. Anamika for thoughtful introduction. She was under my guidance during her PhD tenure at Pandagar, and where she demonstrated excellent academic progress. So wishing her all the best for her future academic career. So I am going to talk about in general, that is what is the advances in the horticulture which create a sustainability for the development of agriculture, including the horticulture. So horticulture is the major source of income for the farmers, as we know, and it is also a very good source of different type of nutrient in our diet. So it is very important sector. Before going to horticulture, we would like to tell that is the agriculture is the major source of civilization. So the history of agriculture in India date backs to the Indus Valley civilization. So it is oldest civilization among the oldest civilization in the world. So it boost or it provide the stability to the people's just initiation of the agriculture. Now, with the development of so many things in case of agriculture, we still facing the very poor availability of the food grains because of growing population. And with the development of the agriculture during the 1915 to 1960, there is increase in area of cultivation. So we have the lot of land, so that we go for the increasing the area of under the cultivation. But it is mostly for the field crops, not the horticulture crops. Then we shifted to the high yielding variety, and we raise the productivity with these high yielding variety. And the next phase, we are able to harvest the efficiency, including the water, land, that is the precision farming. So after this, we included the high-tech science and technology that is called as the e-farming. We are able to develop or we able to develop the growth of the horticulture crops as well as the agriculture crops. So the major remark, or you can say landmark things, which is which was the created during this development of the agriculture. The first was the land reformation. So this land reformation is a key point to organize the agriculture sector. And with the establishment of the ICR, it was well organized, and the Pantnagar University, which is situated in the Pantnagar, was the also a key point for the boosting the agriculture. Now you can see the variety which is developed from the different sources, and it boosted the food production. So high yielding varieties contributed a lot in case of agriculture. And we have the agriculture generated 50% employment, and other sector generated 50% employment.
So slides are not moving, sir. Slides are not moving.
Okay. Now it is moving or not?
No, it's not moving.
This is first slide or second?
This is first slide only.
Okay.
Anyway, you go ahead, sir. No issue.
Okay. Now it is visible or not?
Now it's moving.
Moving. So in the slide mode, it is not moving, I think. So as we discussed that this GDP at the time of 1950, it was around the 50%, but nowadays it is less than 20%. So we have a less contribution from the agriculture sector. So for that purpose, you can see that is we are still growing food grains, but in case of the horticulture crops, we have the good effort, and we are growing still. Now, despite the COVID challenges, we still growing, and we are able to produce the horticulture crops about the 351.92 million tons. So it was the landmark remark. You can say that is the having the different type of the vegetable, including the potato, tomato. So they have the good potential to produce the lot of the things because of the different varieties. Now we have the problems in the agriculture sector, including the horticulture. The major problem is the Indian has more farm labor than the farmers. That means the whatever land we have is not utilized by the efficiently. So the number of farmers which is having the land, they are losing their land holding, and the peoples becomes the laborers. So you can see, because of the population pressure, because we have the 18% population of the world, but only 4% of the land. So still we are facing the population pressure. And other thing is the water, because we are approaching a very fresh, you can say that is the very less water. That is the alarming situation is now is going to creating. In the farmers case, we have mostly the 86% is the small farmer or marginal farmer, which have who have the very less land holding, which is less than the 2 hectares. So you can imagine that is we are facing the lot of problems, including the suicidal death, and it is because of the different type of the debit from the bankruptcy, and you can see the male population is more, and small population farmers are more in number. So this is the problem. And in case of the food grain production has increased, but people is still remaining hungry because of the population pressure. So you can see this curve, that is the China is going, or China is able to control the population, but in India is still growing. So this is the problem. We are earning very less. You can say the farmers are earning very less income from the agriculture, so they are lefting the things. And another thing is the the agriculture system, or including the horticulture, is dependent on the monsoon. So we have the floods or drought. So we are facing the problem. For that purpose, we required different type of the agro techniques, as well as the variety which is having the capacity to cope with the flood and drought. And this is the situation where we have the very less field which is irrigated. So there is a still problem. We have to increase this area under the irrigated conditions. And according to economic survey in 1920, the agricultural growth is stagnated in last 60 years. So this is the problem, that is we are still facing the stagnation in the agriculture. In spite, we have the growing potential of the different crops, we are also facing the problem of this. Now, challenges in the agriculture sectors, or you can say including the horticulture crops. First is the agriculture inputs or supply, because there is a lack of awareness on the agricultural inputs. So farmer doesn't know what is the right, what is the, because we are not organized one, we have the different type of market which boosts the different type of things. So we don't use the correct things. Then another problem is the production and harvesting. Production we have, but we don't harvest the things properly, so that your product which is have to organize, which is put in a proper way with the proper conditions of the product is not working properly. So we have to educate the farmers how they harvest the things properly. And the most serious problem is the storage, processing, distribution, and retailing. In case of horticulture crop, storage is a great problem, and processing industry is very less. So we have to think over it that what type of processing unit should be in what place should be placed, so that the proper utilization should be done. Now, for this purpose, we have to use the advanced techniques in case of horticulture, including the different innovative ideas, like we have to put together the technology, science, and agriculture together, so that the efficiency can be increased. Now we have the drones. We are using this. Soil management should be there, and the water management, which is very essential for the managing the horticultural crops. So we have to be very precise. So precision farming should be adopted for the smart agriculture. And we know that is the smart agriculture market is expected to reach about $18.45 million in 2022-23 at the rate of 13.8%. Now, another thing is the biotechnology, which is growing very fast. So we have to think over adopt the biotechnology. For that purpose, we have the technology like tomato, having the larger shelf life of the tomato. We using the GM crops very fastly, but there is a problem. So first GM crop in case of the BT cotton was initiated, but after that we also facing the different type of challenges in Indian condition, and we have able to develop the BT brinjal, which is also a problem because it is edible product. So there is a protest against this BT brinjal. And in case of mustard, we indigenously developed the varieties from the Delhi University, but we also facing the problem is this because of the certain problem in India. Now,
Sir, can you please conclude, sir, within 1 or 2 minutes?
now, this is the mechanization and modernization of the field is required. So we have a lot of potential for that purpose. And we using the different spray and fertilizers with the use of the modern techniques and for the vegetable crops. And we also using the irrigation system, which is very efficient, micro irrigation system. We have the lot of fertigation system, which have the capacity to irrigate the larger area. For harvesting, efficient harvesting, we have the well-developed equipment, so we has to use it. And in the robotic harvesting, we are now far from that, but some countries are using this type of harvesting system for the efficient management of the harvesting. And we have the good storage so that we can preserve your food for getting the good price. So processing of the product is also very important because 20 to 25 loss in vegetable and fruit cases. So it is also should be addressed. And in the last, you can say that is by the use of the e-technology, in case of agriculture, we can address the precision farming. So this is the required. For that purpose, you have the lot of things to do, but we are still doing. At Pannagar, we are open a digital platform where we can address the different farmers. We connected the different farmers, and we are using this technology to just alert for their climatic conditions, their soil conditions, their crop conditions. We are also alerting for the different diseases in the crops. So this type of things should be done so that the agriculture, including the horticulture crops, should be promoted properly and addressed properly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for a very exhaustive talk covering right from precision agriculture to upcoming smarts in horticulture, including biotechnological tools. It was really a very nice talk, and I compliment you for the excellent presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now I invite the next speaker, Dr. D.D. Joshi. Animka, introduce in brief the speaker.
Thank you, sir. So Dr. D.D. Joshi, sir, is Joint Director, AFAF in Amity University only. And he will be giving his oral presentation on the topic electronic nose in the herbal healthcare and perspective with specific reference to Capsicum chinensis fruits. Sir, please.
See, the time allocated is 8 minutes only. Try to please complete it.
Where is slide? Content.
Thank you. Very good afternoon. My just presentation is going on. Electronic nodes in urban healthcare and perspective, specific reference of capstone channels, which will localized group of Northeast. As the topic is to be general, but I will, because of the time constraint, I will, yes, I will try to summarize. Due to time constraint, I will try to summarize this. It is a general term, electronic node, just develop a mimic of the biological node. Just a mimic of biological node. Nowadays, because of the popularity of the capsicum Chinese in from localized market to a global market, it needs some validation and longevity. So the electronic node is being used in herbals widely.
जूम पे शेयरिंग होता है ना आपको कौन सा ये वाला ऐसे पूरा ही जूम नहीं रहे तो आगे पहले पहले फोल्डर में पड़ा कहाँ है हाँ शेयरिंग करो उसमें देखना पूरा दिख रहा है वहाँ बताना मुझे यू आर स्क्रीन शेयर बस वो शेयरिंग हो रहा है I want to add an additional second. देख रहे हैं 5 मिनट का ऐसे ही लग गया बड़े दिख रहा है
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir and madam, because of the technical snag. So I will try to minimize the time because the capsicum Chinese localized fruit of the Northeast. So it has 6 different aroma-based varieties globally. Globally, it has 6 different aroma-based varieties. And the aroma of the fruit has been very less deciphered in India. In Indian scenario, first of all, we have only deciphered the volatiles, the aroma of the capsicum chinense from Northeast India. It is rich in N-hexyl isovalerate, cis-3 hexyl isovalerate, N-hexyl valerate, butyric acid, 3-methyl hexyl ester. And total total content were the 38 identified, plus almost 7 were not detected. So we have deciphered it by GCMS, LCMS, and even by chromatographic fingerprints also. But nowadays, because the development of the electric nodes for the utility in herbals, especially in China by Zhou et al. 2017, 2017 and 2021. So it is a need of our to shift from traditional analytical methods, chromatographic and spectral, to the e-nodes, a very quick and easy way to and quick and cost-effective method. So we are trying, because it is gaining the market of the present scenario based on aroma. It has aroma and the variety from Northeast India, from 6 varieties of the world. Indian varieties has ethnopharmacological applications. Only this variety has the ethnological application. So why it is widely used in Northeast India, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, even Arunachal Pradesh, as well as in Assam. But in rest parts of the country, it is also being grown as experimental basis. But no one has studied its aroma, though they have studied the pungency level. I mean, to decipher in this research, we have to focus on the aroma basis, so that its variety, it is gaining popularity in the world globally and can be utilized as a consumer-based varieties also. In spite of the pungency-based, consumer-based variety can also be grown up. This is the summary of my research, which I was trying to summarize here. Due to time constraint, I couldn't explain much more, but this is my summary. So if any question, I am ready. Otherwise, I am sorry, because of the time constraint, 8 minutes, I am going to complete. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi, for really respecting the time. And you are, in fact, the first speaker you have completed in time. So special compliments to you.
Thanks, sir.
And then only one thing is there, that the chili which you have used as bhut jolokia, that is there.
Yes, sir.
That has been patented also, na?
Patented in the few forms, not this GI, geographical
GI tag it has got. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
GI tag, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, Anamika, I'll conclude now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there are 2 more speakers actually. One is Dr. S. Partha Sarthi and Dr. Preeti Sharma. And as directed by the organizer, they will be delivering their talks in the panel session. So we will conclude here. This session we are concluding, and I would like to profusely thank all the speakers, Mr. Mokhtar, Mr. Sanjay Sudan, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Singh, and Dr. Dhirendra Singh and Dr. Joshi for their very exhaustive and elaborative talk. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Ajay Tomar, sir, Assistant Professor, AIOA, to present vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all of you. Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, Sir. Honorable Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Sir. Respected Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Ma'am. Respected Director General, Amity Foundation and Agriculture, Nutan Kosik, Ma'am. And Joint Coordinator, Dr. Sangeeta Pandey, Ma'am, and Dr. Durgesh Kumar Tripathi, Sir. and a respected chairperson, Dr. O.P. Avesti, distinguished guest, speaker, and participant. On behalf of Amity University, I extended my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your invaluable contribution to today's discussion on the technological advancement in horticulture sector. Your expertise and insight have illuminated the path forward for innovation and progress in this field. We are deeply thankful to Dr. O.P. Avasti for chairing this event and providing us with his guidance and wisdom throughout the conference. Our sincere appreciation goes to Mr. Mokhtar LKV, Mr. Sanjay Sudan, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Singh, Dr. Dhirendra Singh, Dr. D.D. Joshi for their insightful presentation and enlightening discussion. Your contribution have enriched our understanding of the latest advancement in technology within the horticulture sector. We would also like to express our gratitude to all the participants for their active engagement and thoughtful contribution, which have made their event a resounding success. Lastly, I extend a special thanks to the organizing committee, volunteers, sponsors, and everyone else involved in making this event possible. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now
Thank
I am
you.
requesting Dr. Nutan Kosik ma'am, please facilitate.
No, thank you.
Dr. Obi,
One thing I would like to personally
Obi
thank
Avesti,
Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am for giving me this privilege to be and to honor me as to be as a chairman of this session. Dr. Anamika, my student Smriti, and others who are the faculty here. Thank you, ma'am, so much for
Thank you,
inviting
sir.
me.
You have always been a source of like support for us. Like you have always supported us whenever we are required, like all those who have present over here. So I'm really thankful too for kindly accepting our request. And I think we would like to felicitate you for this, doing this honor. Let me allow to give you this honor, sir. Thank you.
yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. ओपन करके भी तो मिनिमाइज करके शुरू
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's indeed an honor and privilege to stand before you today to extend a warm welcome to a distinguished guest, Dr. Gulshan Wadhwa. Dr. Wadhwa is an exemplary individual whose contributions to the field of biotechnology have not only earned his recognition, but have also significantly impacted the scientific landscape in India. Dr. Gulshan Wadhwa is an MTech and PhD from IIT Delhi. And not only this, he has got various distinguished scientist award at BHU, Lifetime Achievement Award in Leadership and Guidance. He has been a member of almost 25 committees and task force. The list is endless and it would be very difficult to read all of them. So once again, I, Rahul Gupta, on behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, extends a heartfelt welcome to Dr. Gulshan Wadhwa at Second International Conference on Recent Advances in Horticulture Research 2024. We are truly honored to have you with us today, sir. We eagerly anticipate the knowledge and inspiration you will impart during the lecture. Welcome, sir. Session is all yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rahul. And thanks, Professor Nutan Kaushik, for inviting me here at MIT Noida and giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you and steer through the session on role of AI in the horticulture sector. So I've been working in the Department of Biotechnology for last more than 25 years. I am steering the bioinformatics program there. More recently, I'm looking after the Hello. So thank you, Professor Nutan Kaushik and Dr. Rahul, for giving me this opportunity to be here before you. I've been working in Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology for the last more than 25 years, and looking after the bioinformatics program of the department, which had centers in nearly all the states and all the major institutions of ICR, ICMR, DBT, DST, and so on. So bioinformatics is a subject which is very close to AI. And AI is now picking up like IT did a decade and a half back. IT has transformed India from what we were, and it is giving services to nearly all the world. We had run projects from here as a contract research organizations and as a companies all over the world and made a name throughout the world as IT hub. So I've been given this session on recent advances in horticulture research and its applications of AI in artificial intelligence, application of artificial intelligence in horticulture. So artificial intelligence, as you all must be knowing, is the application of machine learning to various applications and its overall accumulation of the data and use of the data in decision making. So AI is intelligence exhibited by machines rather than human beings or other animals. The intelligent agent which perceives its environment and takes action to maximize the success rate based on the past experience. The latest technology of automated systems using agricultural robots, drones have made a tremendous contribution to the agro-based sector. As my previous speakers have already told, various high-tech computer-based systems are designed to determine various important parameters like weed detection, yield detection, crop quality, and many other techniques. So there are so far 7 different phases of development of AI around the world. First phase starting from 1952 to 56. And actually the main rise of AI has taken place in the early 90s, were successful being used in the technology industry. And from there onward, AI has started transforming various areas of operations of human beings and industries. It is used for deep learning. More recently, it is used for deep learning and processing of big data and to improve the general intelligence and machine intelligence. The aim here with which AI is used is looking at the increase in the area of production of horticulture. Labor costs are increasing, availability of skilled labor is reducing, and to meet the food safety characteristics, reduce crop losses by harvesting at appropriate time, reduce labor cost and time to improve overall harvest and quality and accuracy and timing of the crop sowing and harvesting, monitoring of the field, early disease detection and remediation, application of nutrition and fertigation, as it is called, fertilizer and irrigation together, for evaluating soil conditions, reducing the cost of cultivation, and increasing competition in the national and international market. AI has been brought in to help the horticulture sector, and various applications have been developed in this area. So AI in horticulture is a human-less decision-making system that can process, understand, and take the necessary action according to the crop conditions. Its application in the horticulture industry are diverse. As you have seen in the last 3 or 4 decades, mechanization has improved the agriculture and horticulture. Many machines are used now for sowing and harvesting and other processing the yield. Similarly, AI can help in field preparation, plowing, ridge furrow making, fall installation, mulching, irrigation trenches, planting, pit digging, plant nourishment, fertilizer application, irrigation like drip and sprinkler and water pumps, fertigation, training and pruning and harvesting, and fruit picking, and like that. So a machine is a thing that is created by the human beings to make work easier. Initially, all the agriculture and horticulture was manually operated. Then machines took over and they helped the farmers to increase the productions and harvesting and retaining. Then it was all man-driven and power-operated. Now, gradually it is shifting to AI, and we are perfecting the timing so that we can increase the yield of the products. Various systems which are used. The applications of AI in agriculture and horticulture include automated irrigation, post-harvest monitoring, soil testing and monitoring, harvesting, weed management, crop health monitoring, and disease detection, to list a few. So new technologies which are being used are utilizing the drones, and drones have the system to detect various parameters of crops and other things so that it can be automated. So drones or unmanned aerial vehicle, as they are called, are used in agriculture for a variety of tasks, including soil analysis, crop monitoring, pest management, spraying pesticides, field planning, land imaging. Some of the other uses include the surveillance, crop protection, construction products, surveying, filmmaking of the fields, healthcare, e-commerce industry, search and rescue, disaster response, asset protection, wildlife monitoring, firefighting, and there are so many other uses which have come into last few years. This is another application of the AIs where soil sense systems can help agriculture in generating the farmer specific field and weather data required for optimum irrigation, optimum fertigation, and disease prediction. Another area where GPS is being used and sensors are used to detect and take remedial action against the pest and all in the fields. Then this is another technology which has been used using the robotic technologies, which is used for detection of the diseases and optical things for protection of the crops and spraying of the at appropriate time. So there are three basic levels. Initially, it started with machine learning, then it went to artificial intelligence. Finally, nowadays, deep learning is coming, where a lot of data being generated in the fields is fed into the machines, and based on that, trends are seen and decisions are taken. So AI has come in a big way in the agriculture and horticulture, and this is going to help in the coming years and decades to the agriculture to have better production to serve the increasing population and other things. The future of AI in horticulture will need a major focus on universal access because most cutting edge technologies are only used on large, well connected farms. Increasing outreach and connectivity to even smaller farms in remote areas across the world will cement the future of machine learning, automated agriculture products, and data science in farming. To cope with the upcoming challenges, horticulture requires a continuous and sustainable increase in productivity and efficiency on all levels. Only possible with the use of precision and incorporating the new technologies like artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So in this session, we have 4 speakers, and I'll request each one by one. So I invite Dr. Randy Vedri, professor at MSU USA. Is Dr. Randy there?
Yeah, online.
Dr. Randy is a PhD in horticulture from University of Georgia, MS in horticulture from University of Georgia, and BS in horticulture from the Ohio University. So a long-standing experience and learning in the field of horticulture. He's offline. Okay, apparently Dr. Randy is not there presently. We can move to the next speaker. So our next speaker is Dr. Manoj Kumar Upadhyay, from Chief Manager R&D from Dhanuka Agritech Limited. He is representing Dr. Vikas Kumar. Welcome, Dr. Manoj. In the meanwhile, can we start with the next speaker? So our next speaker is Dr. Sarika Jain. Sorry, I'm sorry. Mr. Anubhav Rothgi, Vice President AI from Intello Lab. Mr. Anupam Rothgi has a wide experience in AI. I think he started with the BTech in electronics and telecommunication, which in itself is a very beautiful area. He's done his MS in embedded system design from University of Sussex. He has been with Telerex eTech Private Limited, and he has worked with Professor Harry Wichet at UK, Sussex. He's been a software developer at Visilo in Jenny. He has been a senior software developer and researcher at Visualucid Technosoft at Bangalore. Then he has been a lead researcher and developer at Quant Tribe Technologies at Gurgaon. He has also worked as a senior lead engineer at Vihan Networks in Gurgaon, senior lead AI engineer at New Delhi at Nayan India Science and Technologies, and presently he is with Intello Labs Private Limited as Vice President Machine Learning. So welcome, Mr. Rothgi. It appears he has a very wide and in-depth experience of AI and related systems, and he will be able to indicate many useful things for the horticulture as well. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Bush.
It's my pleasure to be part of this international conference. So I'll start with. Thank you. India, with its 352 million metric tons of horticulture production in 22-23, currently ranks as the world's second largest producer of fruits and vegetables, trailing only behind China. However, the Indian Agricultural Research Institute reports that approximately 40% of the nation's fruit yield is wasted annually due to the fragmented supply chains and reliance on non-standard manual quality assessments. Good evening, respected guests, esteemed colleagues, and my dear friends. At Intello Labs, we are embarked on a transformative mission to infuse transparency and efficiency into the Indian post-harvest fruit industry through our cutting-edge AI-powered quality assessment technology. Our ambition is to set a new benchmark of fruit quality, aspiring to establish the gold standard within the industry. Our AI solutions leveraging computer vision and machine learning solutions have already shown remarkable results in the market, reducing fruit wastage by 40% by standardizing and accurately assessing quality at our client establishments. These advancements have replaced biased, slow, and non-scalable manual grading processes with our affordable, scalable machines. Our OPEX revenue model and customizable acceptance parameters for size, color, weight, and defects allow for unparalleled, scalable, and precision solution. So let me stop here and show what we are doing through a video. First video. So it's only visual at the moment. Yeah. So this is how the traditional grading and sorting is happening and how we are changing it slowly with the help of AI and computer vision. So this is the machine that we have, which is sorting oranges. This is pomegranates, and the third one, which you see on the left, is apples. So what it does is it has got capability to identify near surface defects in real time using AI on the edge. You don't require any internet. And how it does is we take help of large vision models, which are new in the trend. Just like LLVMs we have, so we have large vision models as well. And basically what it does is it tries to focus on the surface of the fruit and capture the statistics, captures the defects with a limited set of data points. We don't require heavy training methods, heavy data, big data, what we may call. We work on a limited set and we generate our own data through synthetic generative AI processes. So that's how we have progressed. This is fine. So we have created an indigenous machine which can identify the size, shape, near surface defects, the color, as well as the weight of the fruit. And that's how we have eye on each and every fruit that passes through our machine. We have been collecting this data for quite some time. It's almost 1.5 years, collecting this data from different sites across Himachal, Kashmir, Rajasthan, Haryana, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. We have been able to, work on fruits like citrus fruits like oranges, kinnus, pomegranates, apples, and now we have started working on mangoes as well, which we are trying to achieve through different advanced technologies like X-rays, MRIs, and SWIR cameras, which penetrate into the skin as well. So, furthermore, our extensive data analysis across geographical variants opens new avenues in fruit economics, enabling informed decisions based on season, geography, quality, and quantity. So I'll just end it here with a short note. So join us as we redefine the future of India's fruit supply chain, making it more sustainable, efficient, and reliable for generations to come. Together, we can turn this vision into reality, paving the way for a healthier, more prosperous future. Thank you. And with this presentation end, I'd like to present another video. Yeah. Eighth. Next sound. So if you can see, all the defects are getting detected.
Is it all indigenous?
Sorry, ma'am?
It is an indigenous sector?
Yes, ma'am. So everything, we have a set of cameras. We have different sensors all together working in synchronous mode. And that's how, the good and the bad fruits are getting sorted. And they can be packed, at this junction as well. Everything is automated from end to end.
No, is it only the assembly which is indigenous or the sensors are also?
Sensors are also there.
Indigenous?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm saying, that is it the assembly which is indigenous or the cameras are like components, sensors are. Huh. And the software is okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You want to see the video?
So thank you, Mr. Rothki. It was a nice presentation and a nice technology. And how many places it is being used in the country? How many places it is being used in the country?
How many?
Places.
So we have covered 6 states as of now.
Okay.
Himachal, J&K,
Fine, fine.
Rajasthan.
How many plants you have installed? How many plants you have installed so far? Plants.
No, sir, we deal with directly with fruits. So we have, we have done citrus fruits, kinnus, oranges, apples, pomegranates, and now we are focusing on mangoes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So that was Mr. Rothki. Our next speaker is Dr. Sarika Jain. Dr. Sarika Jain is a PhD in Mathematics and Computer Science and professor in MIT Institute of Information Technology. Her main thrust areas include image processing, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and Internet of Things. Dr. Sarika, please.
Good evening, everyone. And I thank organizers and especially Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am. Not audible. Am I not audible? Hello, now it's working. Okay, so good evening, everyone. And I thank organizers, especially Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am, for inviting me here. And through this PPT, I'll not be talking much about the horticulture, in fact. Maybe or probably some of you may not be knowing about the artificial intelligence cycle, how this whole process works, because from the video, it seems quite easy. But how the background is working, what is the procedure involved in the background? So I just want to shadow upon something upon that. So first of all, what's the significance of AI in modern agriculture? Why we need it? Because this traditional agriculture or horticulture is working fine. Everyone, we are getting something, everything is going at play. So why there is a need of AI at various places? So all of you must be knowing about it because AI helps in increased productivity. And this AI may not be very much helpful in bringing these innovative technologies at par, just thank to the technical innovations or just thank you the computing power, because now in today's scenario we can directly work upon the images. Otherwise the concepts of artificial intelligence, genetic algorithm, fuzzy logic, the concepts are from 16th century and 17th century. But just thank to the increasing computing capacity, computing power, so that we can directly work upon the images. So how we work upon those images, AI has the potential to work upon directly the images and provide the innovative solutions which otherwise were not possible. So first of all, we should keep in mind AI technology should always be applied in that domain which otherwise could not be solved. Okay, so it could help in increased productivity, early detection of pests and diseases, enhanced crop breeding and genetic improvement, climate resilience, labor savings and efficiency, data-driven decision making, and sustainable practices. You all know what is horticulture, so I'm just skipping this. Importance of AI, that also we know. So what is the need of innovative solutions? First, integrated pest and disease management. Resource efficient farming practices, it could be achieved through artificial intelligence. Technological innovations could be achieved. Labor saving technologies, like with the help of today, we have automated robots. With the help of them, we can directly do the work of planting, which were manual processes and quite tedious. And at some remote areas, the manual labor may not be available. Market diversification and value-added products. So what is AI? Most of us, we know AI is any technique that enables computers to take decisions. It is the machine learning and deep learning are two subsets of it. Machine learning techniques are generally applied in those areas where we need statistical analysis. But in context of agriculture or in horticulture, we majorly apply deep learning techniques, because deep learning techniques, they have the power to directly work upon the images. It helps the software to train itself like our human brain. Deep learning basically works on the neural networks which mimic our brain. So like as a child or as a kid grows and learns from the atmosphere, deep learning processes, they also learn from the atmosphere with the help of examples. But this whole process is not simple, because at the back end, there is programming. Okay, so at the backend, there is programming. So it seems simple because in today's scenario, there are so many automated software. But it is not that simple because it involves huge huge programming. Those who have designed those automated softwares, although there is a programming. So, in today's also, the programmers who have developed those platforms, they are getting the huge salaries. Okay, so we are the users. We are using those ready-made platforms to develop our application, but we should be thankful to those who are developing those platforms for us. So this neural network, it's the fundamental building blocks. It is the starting layer in which we train the system in hidden layers. So these hidden layers are nothing but the mathematical models. We are applying some one or other kind of mathematical equation to get the final result. So how this AI algorithms analyze data, majorly in the form of images, identify patterns, and make predictions. AI algorithms start by processing and analyzing large data sets containing diverse information, because we may be getting the images from diverse sources, like it could be satellite images, it could be images taken by drones, or it could be manual images, or it could be anything. So first is data analysis. Then we have to do the pattern identification. Like just an example, if we want to find out a disease in a crop, then first we have to identify the pattern, because we are not manually doing, we are training the system to do all this. So we have to identify, for an example, let's say I am just passing the hundreds of images of leaves, hundreds of images. And of course, if there are 5 or 6 type of diseases those images are containing, first my system will classify. Just by looking at the images and identifying their pattern, it will classify those images into different subsets. And whenever we input a new image, it will find out whether this leaf is having the disease or not. So how this process of pattern detection in deep learning works. Then we have to extract the features. Feature extraction means we have to identify on which features I have to get the information. It could be as simple like to find out the correlation between the two variables, or it could be quite a complex activity. Then learning and training means AI algorithms learn themselves and tune themselves according to the results, and then they tune themselves as per the new parameters. And finally, they make the predictions and take the informed decision making. So let's take an example how this whole cycle will work in precision agriculture. First, data-driven decision making. AI algorithms will analyze data from the various sources. It could be satellite image, sensors, drones, to provide real-time insights into the soil conditions, crop health, and environmental factors. Then there will be a site-specific management, like considering variability within the fields or orchards. So by mapping soil characteristics, moisture levels, nutrient distribution, horticulturist can tailor inputs such as water, fertilizers, etc. Then we have remote sensing and imaging. It could analyze remote sensing data such as multispectral and hypospectral images, and it could access crop health and detect stressors like pests, diseases, etc. Predictive modeling. AI model will utilize historical as well as the real-time data. The video the sir has shown, this is using everything because we are having the historical data as well as the real-time data. So to make an AI model, we have to take both into account. So AI model will utilize historical as well as real-time data to predict future crop yields and growth patterns, environmental conditions. Smart irrigation system. We all want our farmers to be smart. So what is that smart irrigation system? AI-driven irrigation system that will adjust watering schedules based on weather forecast, soil moisture levels, and crop water requirements. But the words, it seems easy, but the process which works behind, it's not that easy. It requires you means I'm just telling I'm working on a project from last 3 years. Till now, I'm not able to make that automated system which could directly help the problem of farmers, because it involves lots of work. Then crop monitoring and management. AI-powered monitoring system they could track plant growth, development, and performance throughout the growing season. And then robotic system and automation means we could develop robotic system automation such as planting, pruning, harvesting, and sorting. Like those which works are manual, so that could be done with the help of robotic system. So this is the complete cycle. First, we will need the data collection. Data pre-processing and feature extraction means the data which we are getting from the various sources. It may have some missing data, some outliers, some different data. So first we have to do the data pre-processing. Then we will apply the machine learning models, which are in fact deep learning models. Then we have to do the detection and prediction for the timely intervention and management. So with this, I am just stopping here because otherwise I have so many things to tell. These are some of the examples which are already developed using the AI platform like Plant Village, Jaimargan, Tranan is. This is the how AI could help in crop breeding and genetic improvement. How AI could be helpful in climate prediction and smart irrigation. Like they could offer innovative solutions to optimize water use efficiency. They could enhance crop productivity and mitigate the impacts of climate change on the agricultural system. How AI could be used in crop harvesting and robotics. It plays a crucial role, like investing in robotics. It could revolutionize agricultural practices by automating labor-saving processes like planting, pruning, etc. So AI is applied. In fact, we are developing robots for those processes which are otherwise difficult for the humans. So that's why I'm saying again and again, we should only go for AI and automation only for those processes which are otherwise quite difficult for humans. So these are some of the success stories, like some of the countries which they have already developed for some specific works like Brazil, AgroSmart, that utilizes AI and data analytics to optimize agricultural decision making. Hands-free hectare project, aiming to cultivate a hectare of cereal crops autonomously, and many more.
Ma'am, 1 more minute, please.
Yes, sir. So what are the emerging trends and future directions? First, the emerging trends could be advanced sensing technologies because we have to collect the data. So for that, we need advanced sensing technologies. Genomic selection, we want to directly work on the genomes where we could predict what could be the next genome which will yield the high crop. Robotics and automation, of course, predictive analytics for climate resilience, because this is the major factor which farmers are facing. So we should predict the weather and we can take the decisions upon the weather. What could be the challenges while implementing this AI in this domain? First, data privacy and security, because the data, we have to secure the data. That data could be private. So we have to take the appropriate measures, and this could be the major hurdle. Infrastructure requirement, although it could be beneficial in the long run, but initially any horticulturists, they have to invest. So that is a biggest problem, because to get the AI, to prepare the AI model, huge infrastructure in terms of this high power computing, that is required. So that is a huge hurdle. Cost effectiveness, again, we have to invest something in it. Data quality and standardization, from where we are getting the data. It is in different formats. So it is quite very difficult to put them in a single format, because the data is coming from different sensors. It could be some simple sensor, it could be robotic data, it could be imagery data, it could be data through drones, etc. And then we, of course, resistance. We are quite resistant to adapt the new technologies. And we need the skills and training to convert these technologies into the application. Like I am from the IT department, so I know the artificial intelligence, but I don't have the much knowledge of horticulture. So this is the biggest gap in implementing any technology. So these skills and requirements and trainings are required for the implementation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarika. It was an elaborate presentation. We'll move to the next speaker. Next speaker is Major T.N. Singh Tomar from Indo-Israeli Drone Venture Private Limited. He is working in training sector as well as presently active in the drone sector. Welcome, Mr. Major Tomar.
इनका डाउनलोड लगा दो तुम। सर
So Dr. Randy, are you there?
I'm
you-
here. I'm here, yes.
Welcome, Dr. Randy.
Thank you very much.
So
Thank
you are our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Randy. He's a professor at MSU USA, and he is with us online. So I invite Dr. Randy to please make his presentation.
Thank you. Make sure that we can share. Is that sharing? Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you, Dr. Kaushik, for inviting me. I much appreciate the offer and the opportunity to speak with folks there in India, a place that I love. So if we're ready to go, I can start the presentation, yeah?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I'll talk today about a few different things, I suppose, but all centered in my laboratory, but also focused on post-harvest biology and technology, kind of some indications of these recent innovations that are taking place in post-harvest, and then some ties in with India based on my experiences, and then some ongoing projects that I have in India. But before I get started, talk a little bit about where I'm from. So for those of you who don't know, I'm from East Lansing, Michigan. So East Lansing, Michigan is in the state of Michigan, in the center of the state. And I would say that our major crops that are produced in this area and those that I work on are blueberries, cherries, asparagus, and apple fruits. There's a little map of the Michigan State campus here that you can see. And it's a large campus, about 3 kilometers wide and maybe another 5 or 6 kilometers north to south if you include our farms. So a pretty good sized unit. And the horticulture department, should you ever care to come join us, is down here in this quadrant down here. So this is a photograph of our building, the Plant and Soil Science building. And then the crops that are the main crops that I focus my research on, that includes asparagus, apple fruits, sugar beets, bananas, believe it or not, and then blueberries. So you also may know, or at least I think Nutan knows, that I've been at Amity once before. I was there in 2016, and it was a lovely visit, I have to say. I was only there for a short time, but enjoyed my time with the group there. We took a look at some CoolBot cooling systems that was installed in a room, and then also at some passive cooling systems as well, and then enjoyed a wonderful meal. And I also got a chance, I got a chance to visit the Post-Harvest Center, which was very impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah,
But-
it's not that common. You see a dedicated post-harvest center. So for me, that was quite a thrill. And to know that a former colleague of mine, Dr. Nazir Mir, had been there some while back was also good.
Thank you so much.
So, and it was nice to meet you at the time as well. So, yeah, so this is a pleasure, like I say, to come back. So today's presentation is really just 4 different points that I would like to make, because I understand that we're constrained for time. The one is talking about biology, and I'll give you an idea of some of the things that we're working on here at MSU in terms of post-harvest biology. And then modified atmospheres to target specific limiting factors in biological systems so that we can have a target and then approach that target with our technologies to try to overcome the limitations they impose to marketing and selling products. Tools for suppressing ethylene action, which I think you might find kind of interesting. So there's some new developments there. And then some of the work that I've done in India with options for cooling using a low carbon footprint. So when I talk about biology for the product, the first thing I want to do is understand what the product is. And so I think about what the product, this perishable, is doing prior to harvest. So for me, it's important to know if it's a leaf, which is a photosynthetic machine, basically, that's gathering energy for the rest of the plant, or whether it is a shoot or a sprout or a meristem, in which case its imperative, its biological imperative is to grow and provide support, let's say, for the rest of the plant or to develop into flowers or fruits, or whether it is indeed a flower or a fruit, and then the kind of flower or fruit that it might be. So the berries and drupes and pome fruits are all different in terms of their biology. So I think about those kinds of things. And then I have to think about, when we're talking about trying to control biology, what's our intended use? And so we have to fit the constraints of the biology into our proposed use for that product. So if it's for a long-term stored product that services our markets year-round, as we do with apple fruits, then we need to think about that biology and how it fits into that. So I often say that an apple fruit, something maybe you're not quite as familiar with as I am here in the United States, but an apple fruit, its biological imperative is to take its seeds and disperse the seeds so that it can procreate and, disperse. It's not a storage organ. So we try to make it into a storage organ. And so we're fighting that biological imperative, and understanding that gives us some insights into why it is that sometimes we run into problems in the storage of apples. So, and then we think about the physiological limits. And so I talk about those kinds of things as well. And I won't dwell on it here, but just the idea that because you take an organ like an apple, try to make it into a storage organ, then you put it in the dark, in the cold, low oxygen, high CO2, and think that it's going to survive for 6 or 8 months, then you're trying to fool yourself. You have to overcome all of the obstacles that the plant has put in the way because it really wants to use that organ, the fruit, to disperse its seeds. Okay, so I think about those kinds of things. So, okay, let's talk about biology. And one of the things that I've been working on is the limitation, honestly, of a fruit aroma. So stored long enough, most fruits and vegetables would begin to lose their aroma or their unique aroma character that makes them valuable. And when I talk about apples here in the United States, you can see based on this slide here that we really like our apples in the United States. And so these are all different varieties of apples, each with its own flavor and texture characteristics. The work we've been doing in the last few years is to try to identify pathways for the production of aroma. And so I'm going to focus right now on, so rearrange your mind a little bit. We're going to talk biochemistry for a minute. So the idea is that there's a pathway that plants have to form this particular compound. This is a 2-methylbutyl acetate compound. It gives you some of that fruity aroma that apples have. And this compound is essential for us to perceive apples as the fruity, the fruity nature that it has. It's also present in a number of other plant materials. Well, apples have worked out a way to make this compound. Now, it has been proposed that isoleucine, the amino acid, has been the precursor to that particular product. We don't think that that is quite true. As it turns out, isoleucine, in this case, would inhibit its own formation. So how can you have the production of 2-methylbutyl esters when one of the products, so this is an equilibrium here, when one of the products, isoleucine, inhibits its own production? So it's very possible, we thought, and this was now about 8 years ago, we thought that this is possible that there's another pathway that hadn't been discovered yet. And so this occurs in bacteria. There's an enzyme called citramalate synthase. And if this were the case, we would have a way of feeding carbon into this alpha-ketobutyrate, avoid this feedback inhibition, and still be able to make the esters that we were desiring. And it turns out we were right. So there is that enzyme. That enzyme exists. We've characterized the enzyme. We put it, we made the protein. We've tested the protein, and so on. And what we did in the interim is we discovered that there were 2 forms of this particular gene. There was a non-functional form. In this case, it would have had a glutamate at a particular location, and a functional form. And these just occur in nature. And as it turns out, when you look across the whole range of apple fruits, there are some which are homozygous for the inactive form, and they produce very low levels of those esters. And those that have at least one active form of the enzyme produce copious quantities of the esters that we're interested in. So the interesting thing about that is, well, I'll get to that in a moment here. So my student Phil Engelgau, pictured here, was also doing some work, once again, on this pathway and trying to understand if indeed that the production of these compounds was de novo or whether it came from branched chain amino acids. So we know that the pathway is important. We know that the compounds are important. So we wanted to actually test the hypothesis that this enzyme that we had discovered was important. So what we did is we used these sulfonylureas, herbicides, to stop the production of these esters. And we went through this process, treated the fruit before they began to ripen to see if indeed they produced the esters that we were interested in. So here's what the a typical chromatogram looks like for an apple fruit that is just treated with water. And when we treated those same fruits with the herbicide, you can see that there are several components that were knocked out. These components that were removed or reduced dramatically were all the branched chain esters. So we were able to knock out this particular step in the pathway. So a secondary step in the pathway, which once again shows us that the pathway that we were interested in was important for us. So it knocked out the isoleucine, but had no effect on other branched chain amino acids. And when we served these apple fruits, not for eating, but for smelling, we gave these apple fruits to consumers. The consumers could detect the difference between those fruits that had been treated with the herbicide and had no aroma versus those that hadn't. So what we had done was demonstrate that not only is the pathway important to people that perceived it, but we also went a step further and looked at the genetics and found out that over the years, the many years of apple breeding, that people have selected or the breeders have selected against the non-active form of this particular enzyme. So we showed in a couple of different ways that, yeah, the genetics are important. And so you might be thinking, well, why is this important? Well, we actually did this work on banana as well and found a similar regulatory shift that takes place during ripening that enables the formation of aroma compounds. And we're in the process of conjoining some genes from banana into apple. We'll see that 6 more years from now, you'll maybe hear about our first Ben apple, where an apple fruit has the aroma compounds that were possessed formerly only by banana. So that's story number 1. The next story I want to talk a little bit about is the idea of modified atmospheres to target those specific limiting factors. When we go back in history, we find that modification of the atmosphere is something that's been around a long time, a couple thousand years. The Romans used modified atmospheres to alter the atmosphere around their grains, and that would reduce the pests in the grains and then preserve the grains for use over the years. And then here's a kind of a history of the development of modified atmospheres, with an important point here in the 1920s where we began to realize that you could control ripening using low oxygen. So low oxygen is featured very importantly, I think, in the modified atmospheres. You can also elevate CO2 and you can add other active compounds to an atmosphere, but I'll focus here on low oxygen because I think it's important here for a number of reasons. There are 4 specific targets. These are these targets that I talk about, the physiological targets, 4 physiological targets for low oxygen. One is to knock out ethylene perception. Another is to reduce oxidative browning on cut surfaces. You can suppress respiration and associated metabolic activity. And then I have the 4th one here for onion. It sort of stands by itself. It seems like meristems are also somewhat suppressed by low oxygen in the range of 3% or 3 kilopascals. Not sure what to make of it. Folks haven't really studied this too much. But here's a really nice example from my laboratory many years ago, where we just did a demonstration experiment, and we developed a number of different packages that would achieve different oxygen levels. And we looked at the cut surface browning. And if you look at these lettuce pieces here, you'll see that the browning is maximum out here at the higher oxygen levels. And then when the packages that we used got to a low oxygen level, the browning was essentially eliminated. And this, by the way, forms the basis of about a $10 billion industry here in the United States alone. So we talk about successful technologies being used to support industries. This is a really, really nice example. So we've done a good bit of work at MSU looking at modeling of these environments. So we take a plant material, we put it inside of a package, and then we know the characteristics of the packaging materials, and we can kind of model the resulting atmosphere. And this is just a quick picture looking at the biological piece here. So here's the physiological response to oxygen. So once again, that marriage of physiology with technology. The permeation is determined by the type of film that we might be looking at. And when the two of them come to steady state, this is the range of oxygen levels that you might perceive in the package. And so you say, well, why is that important? Well, we also want to make sure that we have this inhibition, let's say in this case, of browning. So the effective zone for inhibition of browning is down below 2% or 3% oxygen. But if we go too low, we begin to ferment the fruit. So we have to design our packages so that they achieve this, this effective zone by accommodating ranges in oxygen uptake, so the variability there, and then the variability in the packaging material. Very difficult to control the variability in the product itself, so that we're left with trying to control the variability in the film or the technology. So this is one of the ways that we can target, effective packages using modeling to overcome the limitations imposed by the product itself. So I kind of like these series of slides just to show you what it's done now for this very, very large industry that we have here in the United States. And a lot of this work actually began in the laboratory, not by myself, but Art Cameron here at Michigan State University. And then the final story on oxygen has to do with inhibition of ethylene. And I love this slide. These are two different studies that I'm showing here. The top one is a study that was done by Theo Solomos, the bottom one by Stanley Berg, who is, if you're a post-harvest scientist, you really know who that person is. And what you see are two different things. The top one is the inhibition of ripening by low oxygen, and the lower one is inhibition of ethylene action by low oxygen. And what you see is they parallel one another very nicely. So I really like this particular slide. And the arrow here indicates where you start to run into trouble with fermentation. So you can get a marvelous inhibition of ethylene action before you begin to damage the fruit. So a really nice story, I think, in this particular case. And I'll bring this home with a little story about mango here shortly. So in addition to using low oxygen for inhibiting ethylene action can be inhibited in other ways. And so now I'm moving on towards the technologies that suppress ethylene action. There are a lot of them. They continue to proliferate now that the patent has come off of the AgroFresh product of 1-MCP. So for those of you who are not familiar with 1-MCP, MCP is a molecule that binds to the binding site for ethylene, and then that prevents ethylene action. So it's a dead stop for ethylene action. So if you have an apple fruit, for instance, and you treat it with 1-MCP, it will not ripen until the effect of that MCP has gone away. And the same thing is true for tomato fruit and banana fruit and so on. So a number of different fruits, commodities respond to it. There are other options in addition to 1-MCP. So here's a picture of the molecule itself. There's another one called retain, and this inhibits the production of ethylene, and it has similar effects, but not the same effects. So if you inhibit the production of ethylene, but still have ethylene in the atmosphere, the fruit or the vegetable will still continue to respond to the ethylene. 1-MCP, on the other hand, you can have ethylene present at very high levels, and the product will not respond to the ethylene because the MCP prevents its action. So we've been looking at a number of different products, and one of the things we do in my laboratory is we characterize the release kinetics of 1-MCP from those products. And so here you can see the release kinetics from one particular product. It's a very slow rate of release, and then we have it without apples, and then with apples. And the reason I did that was to enhance the humidity using apples, kind of the system that these sachets were intended to treat. And what you'll see is this long-term, low concentration of 1-MCP that's being released. And then when we added water to our system for measuring it, you can see that the free water enhanced the production of or release of the compound. So this is one option. Another option is a film. This one is called Harvest Hold. So we had the sachets that had the Hazel product. This is a Harvest Hold, and I'm working with these folks currently. And what we know here is that high humidity it enhances the rate of release of this 1-MCP from the film that is used. So Harvest Hold is this film. Put it in a box of broccoli or a box of lettuce, and then ship the product wherever you want to ship it. And in the meantime, the idea is that 1-MCP is released and treats the product. So we were looking at condensation events, and there's some beautiful data here where we're looking at the dew point. So the dew point is right here in the open boxes, right here in the open boxes. And then declining here is the surface temperature of the film that was on these little vials here. And as soon as the film temperature reached the dew point, we began to have condensation. You can see the release of MCP increases dramatically. So we did it at a couple different temperatures. So understanding how the release kinetics are affected by the environment in the package, this might be one of those things that AI is really required for to solve this. But this is one of those things that we have to understand if we're going to have an effective treatment. So this is part of the project that we're working on with them. One of the things that it triggered in for us was the idea that maybe these long, low concentration of 1-MCP would be similar to a very high dose. And we did that experiment with apple fruits in this particular case. And I really like this study. So this is an overnight treatment here in the dashed lines with 1 part per million or 1,000 parts per billion of the 1-MCP, and then all of the others were low concentrations for 2 weeks time. And what you'll see is the low concentration, 100 parts per billion, gave you the same effectiveness as the very high concentration. So yes, indeed, those low concentrations for extended periods are equally effective to a very high concentration for a short period. You might think that that's obvious, but honestly, it's never been explored. This is the first time, as far as I know, that it's ever been shared. So that's one of the interesting areas. Then we also looked at 1-MCP on mango. This is some work done by Dr. Sangeeta Chopra and her graduate student Shubhangi Niles at IRI, and new data. This is the first time it has also been shared. And what you see here is, if I lead you through this, some mangoes that are on the tree, okay? And the mangoes on the tree are these lower dots down here. So this is Pusamanori and Amrapali. And when we remove those mangoes from the tree, you can see that they begin to ripen quickly. And then in this case, the total soluble solids increases as the starch is being converted. So it's really kind of a nice system. And what we did at each one of these time points is we also treated the fruit with 1-MCP in continuous treatments or singular treatments with 1-MCP. And what we found was that 1-MCP was almost completely ineffective. So here we have a ripening fruit. It's a climacteric fruit, very similar to an apple or a banana, unresponsive to 1-MCP. The mango is a difficult beast. And it turns out that the best option, at least temporarily, is to store the fruits on the tree. So if you have to have the fruit for another week, leave them on the tree. The caveat is that they ripen faster and faster and faster the longer you wait while those fruit are on the tree. But you do have a pretty broad harvest window here with the slow ripening initially, and then later very, very rapid rates of ripening that take place. So the final story. Okay. Options for cooling with a low carbon footprint. So this is another project that I was involved in India. So just up the road from you, working with Indian Agriculture Research Institute. And I'll just lead you through this. We started out this work looking at evaporative cooling. There's lots of options for lots of exploration of evaporative cooling in India as well as in Kenya from some colleagues of mine that I have in both places. One of the things that Dr. Chopra and I worked on in this case was the idea of replacing the wall with a fabric. So it turns out if you're going to use evaporation, all you really need is something that holds water, and we developed this nylon felt wall. That nylon felt wall works much better and more effectively and much more inexpensively than a brick wall. So it was a nice experiment. We were pretty happy with it, but the problem was that the evaporative cooling is not as effective as we would like. You're limited by the external environment. So what we decided to do was to take our evaporatively cooled room and then add solar power to it. So here's Dr. Chopra here working on, I think it was the brains of an evaporator, the cooling unit inside one of these storage structures. Picture down here is one of our installations. We now have 6 different installations across India, and I think a couple more are planned. Dr. Chopra is online, so she can answer that question more directly. This is what structure that's at Khalakpur, a structure that's at Khalakpur, and we were very lucky in this case. We have a very forward-thinking colleague that we're working with there. So it's a grower. He runs a FPO, and he built this structure with shade and a water trough here to clean fruits and vegetables that they're coming in, and he stores them temporarily or for long term in our solar-powered, evaporatively cooled structure here. And you can see some of the uses of it here. This particular project is relatively new. It's going into its 2nd year, I guess, or maybe almost its 3rd year. The farmer, based on his reports for the money that has gone through the system, has made enough money on one system to pay for 5. which is an amazing story. That's not true of all the installations, but in this particular case, a really great success story. And part of the reason is because this farmer is savvy enough to connect online shopping and sourcing of products to his particular farm. So he wakes up at 4 o'clock in the morning, takes in his orders that come from Swiggy or whatever the organization is that's sending him his orders, contacts his farmer, they harvest. By noon, he has the product ready to be shipped out and cooled and in high quality because it no longer is exposed to the high temperatures of India on a daily basis. Like that's just about my story. So hopefully I stayed within time. I tried to be as quick as I possibly could. Yeah, I would say that these technological innovations will continue even as biological complexity is better understood. So I think both of them are going to be keeping pace with one another, the technologies and the biologies. And then India, as you can see here very plainly, is a beneficiary and a contributor. So the work on mango is done in India, and then the solar-powered refrigeration systems, as far as I know, they only exist in India. These are standalone units. You put them up, they run for years. They wake up every morning, go to sleep at night. That's an Indian invention, innovation. So these are both, products of international partnerships. And I can only say that if you have a chance to work with somebody in Germany or Rutgers or wherever, take advantage of that opportunity. It's great for both parties involved. And so I can only be supportive in that particular regard. And for that, thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Andy. It was nice hearing to you. Useful.
Since he has to leave, so can we take up the question if there are any?
Yeah, if you have any questions, Dr. Andy will be leaving now after that.
Any question? Reddy, I have a question.
Yeah.
And Dr. Sangeeta is here. Welcome, Dr. Sangeeta. We will call you sometime over here in Amit University. We are in the same city, but not so often, only through online mode.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question like this one, the FPO one, where it is located, and is possible to look view to have a if we can visit that facility and see like what all it is having here.
Yeah, so that's in Kolakpur, and the fellow that runs it is Sangeeta. You can help me here.
Abhishek.
Abhishek.
Yeah, that's the name of the farmer, Abhishek Dhama. It's in Kolakpur, a village near Palla in Delhi.
In Delhi, okay, that's
Yeah,
great.
I can give the number. I can give the telephone number of Abhishek, and you guys can visit.
We can come along with our students, and then they can visit.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Thank you.
I think you would enjoy it. He's a very dynamic individual. He's very well spoken. English and Hindi, I guess, both. So if you wanted your students to practice in their English skills, he has a nice meeting room at that location as well. So yeah, I think that would be a really enjoyable experience for you.
And regarding this one MCP one, you said work for the mango, but in our case, we also did one MCP. I think when you came over here at that particular time, and it worked very well. So what is it like? I couldn't understand why MCP didn't work for your mangoes. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very interesting question. So I think what we need to do is learn a little bit more about the mango itself. So the two varieties that we looked at may be quite different from your particular variety. So mango, it's probably not really well known, but mango produces a very low level of ethylene for extended periods of time, and then it begins to ripen on its own. So some mango varieties produce a little bit of ethylene, some produce almost none. So if they're producing their own ethylene, then they're driving their own ripening. But if they're of the variety that don't produce ethylene, then they no longer require ethylene for their ripening, and they would be unresponsive to the ethylene inhibition treatments. So this is what I've been able to glean from it. So we have the same situation, we have the same situation with our Mexican mangoes. So the mangoes that we get from Mexico, they are responsive to MCP, but only very slightly. You might get an extra day, maybe 2 days or something like that, but not much. So though in those cases, yeah, you'll see a slight difference, but it has to do with the mango's biology and then their own production of ethylene as a background. Yeah, it's an interesting story, actually.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Randy, and it's very early morning in your case, so I'm really grateful. Thanks to Dr. Kareem also for for connecting with you again. Thank you.
Well, it's really nice to join at Amity. Yeah, it's a pleasure on my part, for my part.
I'll have another separate meeting with you and see the opportunities of collaboration with both of you. Thank
Okay,
you.
great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
I know.
What do you, Dr. Wadhwa? Sorry for taking over.
Thank you, Dr. Nutan Kaushik, and thank you, Dr. Andy. I welcome back Major SN Singh Tomar. Sorry for the interruption in between. We had a foreign speaker and
My
it needs to
apologies.
go. Welcome back.
So I'm really thankful to all of you that despite having the what you call the chaos outside, we are all are sitting quietly over here. Thank you so much for everyone.
Hello. 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 किसमें करते हैं? बोलना पड़ेगा आपको क्या है? सिस्टम का कैसी ऊपर से लैपटॉप ले जाएगा
Good evening, everyone. It was a very learning experience today. I stand more educated than I was in the morning when I arrived. It was so versatile experience through all the things. First, we went through the horticulture, agriculture details, and the agriculture status in India and its increasing or decreasing factors. It's really a lot of things have been downloaded and they are not in a sequence right now. But it was really very learning experience, and hats off to you. Such a good audience and such a good organizers. Thank you very much. Here I am I'm Major T.N. Singh Tomar, and I'm from IIDV. This is Indo-Israeli Drone Venture. It's a private limited company, and we are a group of army officers and men from Indian Army, Indian Defense Forces, and Israeli Defense Forces, and we are collaborating together, coming together and forming this joint venture, starting its operation from India and targeting global, aspiring for global presence. Being said that, so what I'll start, it's a small journey, small. I'll not take much time. I will just introduce our company and what we do and how we can be of any good for Amity, or rather, Amity has already given so much of education today. It was an experience which I have already said in the beginning. It's as I said, it's a group of defense forces background personnel from both the countries. And now since why we are collaborating this way in India is because Israel is best in the technology as far as drone is concerned. And we are a growing economy with a huge geographical diversity, which gives a lot of opportunity to forces to act in India. So a lot of forces are trying to capture this market, and we are at a very premium position right now as far as providing a market to the world across. So that's why we start from Indian operations. And if we see the background of Israelis have almost hundreds of years of experience in drone, and they are right now at the most advanced stage of usage of that technology. What do? We do manufacturing, we do training, we do executions. Projects are the usage of drone technology, especially in agriculture sector. Otherwise, also in mining sector, in trials in last mile deliveries. A lot of things are going on in Indian context. But right now, government has started supported the drone technology for agriculture and for critical surveys. Recently, you would have heard of a lot of drone tech usage in lot of diverse fields. Even the very prime event in UP, it was covered by drone. And recently, what you must be facing the problems in NCR. In that problem is being tackled by drone. Lot of usage is there. We also act as an incubators for new startups and new ideas, and that is where we handhold the people for their, if they have an idea in this technology, in this technological usage, and we train them. We walk along till the time they are self-sustainable and they are confident to take it forward on their own. Now, how do we do it? We have a in-house research and development facility. We have a small testing facility. We have training centers wherein we impart trainings for flying drones, for technical details of the drones, for maintenance of the drones. These are different segments of drone technology. Then we have B2B collaborations for project execution. We have B2G collaborations as a contracts for the project deliveries, project executions. Now the drone technology in agriculture. Coming back, I think I will also contribute something to the topic where we are standing, and this is what all things can be done, where all the employability of drone technology is there in agriculture and horticulture. Seed sowing, the first activity of agriculture, horticulture, sowing of seeds. This is not only for a normal agriculture, horticulture activities, but even forest departments, the departments which grow weeds for different purposes, for medicinal value or whatever. They also use the seed sowing technique, which is, they don't have regular farms on mountains and all. They just there's a technique called, you must be aware, bombarding of seed. You take you make a pouch of it, and you just throw it in the air as high as possible, and it gets spread. Mostly in jungles, this technique is used to grow the more of these trees which are of importance. Crop survey, right from germination. What, like you have, once the seed is sown, the germination level, what is the category, what is the outcome, how good or bad or how efficient it is, that can be covered right from germination level. The germination level, you can survey how many seeds have germinated, and that from there itself it starts giving you data that what will be the productivity and proficiency of this particular activity which has been done. Spraying. Drone has impacted to an extent wherein now pesticide companies or fertilizer companies, they have come with a variant, liquid variant,
in addition to what they have traditional solid variants, which used to be spread or thrown in the crop fields. Now they have come with the liquid variants or the variants which are soluble in water and can be sprayed through your drone spraying techniques. Precision farming. This is one thing wherein drone plays a very vital role, because in a piece of land, it is infested by some disease. So when normally we spray the pesticide or insecticides or chemicals, we spray in general format, okay, equal quantity everywhere. But if with this application of drone technology, precision can be achieved. Which part of that land, the crop of which part of that particular piece of land is more infested, which is at what stage of growth of pest. All these details, once you get, you are more in a position to how to use the chemical, your pesticides efficiently and economically.
2 more minutes, Major Saab.
Crop mapping, it is again a survey technique. Land mapping, how much land is what particular crop, or how much land of forest, how much, these are what basically required for statistical departments for their data. Now drone technology in other industries. ये ना शेयर नहीं होगी जूम पे. The usage of drone technology in other industries. Now the media is so powerful that we use all these, whatever I'll be covering, you already know by the news on particular this thing, not as exactly what I am saying, but some news about some of these backgrounds. Logistics and supply chain, last mile delivery format is being worked by most of the last mile delivery companies. They are at a very advanced stage of their research and they are just waiting for the regulation, like government. Whenever government comes with the regulation, more than agriculture can be done, so they are ready with the execution plan. Then comes the military operation, the oldest usage of this technology. Then your healthcare sector is there, your transport section industry is there, your health sector, transportation, mining, construction, filmmaking, the oldest use, videography, and all this, the most initial use after military usage. Then lot more options. All the industry, in fact, across the board has the option of drone usage. I'll play 2 short videos, which will give you a fair idea about the use of for spraying, and this is just 20 seconds videos. ऑडियो है ना इसमें? ऑडियो है ना? It's not much of a it's okay. This is the spray which we do. It's a company's video how we do it. The drone is moving in an autonomous mode. It's not a manual mode. The path is set and it is covering that same path which is given to it. Yeah. Yes.
Don't need any drone pilot for this one?
Pilot is there, but he doesn't have to do anything.
The path doesn't need.
He will define the path.
Hmm.
He is there just to monitor it because it works on that long coordinates.
Okay.
So it is your reading, manual reading, that this should be the path and this is the lat long.
Okay.
If some error is there, it goes out to
That
pilot.
we can control it.
Yeah, then manual
Pilot.
take over.
And then apart from the spraying, is it being really practically used or just a demo?
No, it's practically used. Our company has done almost in this financial year only we have completed around 20,000 hectares of spraying.
Okay. In which states?
In UP, Western UP, and in Maharashtra,
Mhm.
in MP.
And for all kind of for fertilizers, pesticides, or just for a very specific ones?
No, it's all the today all the companies are providing their chemical and fertilizers in liquid form.
In liquid form.
Or the form which can be dissolved in water and then can be sprayed.
What is the carrying capacity of each drone?
It varies. Like what we are the variant we prefer using is 10 liters of water tank, 10 to 12 liters of capacity,
And this can cover how many hectares?
It covers around in 1 acre. It covers do for 10 liters, and it is done in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
So after 5
What's
minutes,
the cost of one drone?
It's ranging from 3.45 lakh to 7, 8, 10 lakh, 12
10
lakh.
lakhs. Okay. So it's not custom hiring basis.
Sorry?
It's on custom hiring basis. People are buying it. People are buying,
Yeah.
or they are hiring it.
People are hiring also. People are buying also. Those who are people who are equipped with this pilot license and are authorized by DGCA to fly the drone, they are hired with the drone with their drone to execute the task in their fields.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Badwa.
How much you charge from the farmers to spread the for 1 hectare, for example?
It's okay. Actually, this rate varies from because in India everything varies from north to south and east to west. So it's something from 350, 400 rupees till 800 per acre.
So, but the fertilizer is of the farmer.
Yes, ma'am.
But the material belongs to the farmer.
Material belongs to the farmer.
Farmer has to buy the material and then you will only provide a spray service.
Yeah.
But here is being done by MD, it was also being done by agriculture. Over a period of time,
Those were for the trees, for the tall crops, no, for the forest, all that. But now this. Because US is different. They are 150 acres. One farmer owns 150 acres.
Yeah,
400
those
acres, 400 acres.
and
It's possible to do this.
no, that is their land holdings in India is also large,
By the
but
aircraft, I mean to say.
yeah,
by the
for aircraft. Yeah.
For the aircraft, 400 acres is okay.
Now they are also adopting. They are moving to drone technology because it is cheaper than doing it through aircraft.
So,
The-
what are the other things which you're like beside a spray? What are the other services you are providing practically?
We are doing surveys.
Surveys with the image-based surveys.
Yes.
And
For-
you do the analysis of the data on your own, or you
No, we have a team. We have a
Yeah, team.
analysis team.
for doing this estimate prediction of the yields and all this?
Yeah, for
Yield prediction or what?
For yield production also, for the infestation prediction also, what is the
Infestation.
level, which is the more affected area, all those
And
things.
for nutrient deficiencies,
Sorry?
for nutrient deficiencies also you can do the survey for the nutrient deficiency.
For nutrient deficiency, yeah, that survey is also possible. There is a kind of a camera which is used for that, and the color code is there. So with those color codes, you can
So
identify.
what is the survey cost like per acre survey cost?
Survey costs per acre is something around 1,000 rupees to 1,500 rupees.
1,500.
Because it doesn't include only flying of drone.
So
And
can you share some kind of report which you provide after the surveys?
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
can we share? Yeah.
Which companies Israeli partner with, and which kind of partnership is it a technology transfer or a royalty basis or?
No. It's though they have the Israeli company is there, can do, but we are not partnering with the company. Their board of their management and our management here, we are making a separate company altogether. It's not a company to company joint venture. Some their directors are directors in the company. Our directors, we are the directors in this company, this Indo-Israeli joint venture. These are again global applications which are mostly covered, but some of the news based like Ukraine war, lot of drone usage. Even Russia's the biggest ship, Moscow's, it was sunk by usage of this and some missile, and it was a most powerful ship.
Your company based where?
Our office is in Bikaji.
Thank you so much. Dr. Wadhwa, over to you. Sorry, we have taken over.
I think we have the last speaker of the day, Dr. Manoj Kumar Upadhyay. Is he around?
He's left, I think.
So we have come to the end of the session, and I hope.
Thank you.
There was okay.
Thank you, Major Tomar. It was a nice, informative presentation. I feel people are getting activated hearing your words, and they will be asking more questions in future.
Sure.
Dr. Nutan is there, and we'll be in touch with you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And very good evening. I'm just here presenting the vote of thanks. On behalf of Amity University, I extended my heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone for your valuable contribution to today's discussion on the role of AI in the horticulture sector. Your expertise and insights have the path forward for innovation and the progress in the field. We are deeply thankful to Dr. Gulsha Wadhwa for chairing this event and providing us with his guidance and wisdom throughout the proceedings. And we have learned a lot of things from this sir regarding to the AI, artificial intelligence, what is the role of AI in the horticulture field. And nowadays, a present government is definitely focusing and supporting for the AI in the field of agriculture and the horticulture. So this conference is helpful to us how just we can utilize beneficial into the field and provide a sustainable source as well as provide a technological source towards the farmers, how just they increase and doubling their yield to minimize the input and increase the output. Our sincere appreciation goes to keynote address Mr. Anupur Rotangi, invited speaker Dr. Sarika Jain, Major T.N. Tomar, Dr. Randy from USA. We would like also express our gratitude to all the participants for their active engagement and throughout the contribution, which we have made this event the success. Lastly, I extended special thanks to the organizing committee, and I special thanks to our Director General, Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation, Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am, joint coordinators, Dr. Sangeeta Pandey ma'am and Dr. Durgesh Kumar Tripathi sir from Amity Institute of Organic Agriculture, as well as the co-conveyor Dr. Rahul Gupta sir for your contribution, And last, my sincere students, for your contribution is also important, and you are help to us for successful this today's session. So thank you so much for all of you. Thank you so much.
Brown, last thanks from my side. I thank Dr. Wadhwa for accepting this kind invitation. Though I know government officials nowadays, because of this being the election year, are very busy in dealing with many things. Because you must have seen that during the inaugural session also, Dr. Pandey could not join ADG Agriculture. He joined online because he was called for some meeting urgently. So I'm really grateful to you that you make it a point that you attend this physically over here and you came to university. So thank you so much, sir. And then I'm thanking you all those who are present still being, there's a parallel event going on, B Parag, the singer Parag, Parag, what's his name? Parag. So Parag is there and all the students have gone over there. Despite that, few are still here. So I'm really thankful to all of you for your dedication to the science, particularly to horticulture science. Thank you so much. And I think tomorrow it will be all full by this time when this, tomorrow, because I do not know whether it will be full or half, because many must be down with this. With the enthusiasm which they are going today, maybe they will be sleeping over tomorrow morning. So I don't know, but still, thank you so much for the thing. And I think I see a lot of opportunity of collaboration with many of you, like those who have presented today, with particularly MIT University for our students. This has really been very beneficial. The drones, I think we will bring some our students venture and that they can see, and then not only the masters but the undergrad BSc students, master's students, they can come over and then they can view your factory where you, how do you manufacture, how do you train them, what are kind of softwares you use, how do you develop it actually, how the development helping, that will give them the idea for the innovations actually. And MIT's innovation is the key, very key. We emphasize that every student should become the entrepreneur. Okay, that's our key mantra. And our founder president also today in the morning he said, those who want to become the entrepreneur will come to me. So that's maybe seeing by visiting the factories and this manufacturing units, and then maybe they get insight into this one, how maybe one day we also become the entrepreneur. So thank you so much for everyone, and Intello particularly. So I think thanks. And your presentation was wonderful and very, very much relevant. And we will also bring our students to your unit so that they can expose, and maybe for some internship and collaborative research. We would also like to do the collaborative research, innovations and so on. And thank you, everyone. Oh, and thank you all the session chairs, speakers, conveners for today's sessions. And thank you for making it a good, successful day today. And thank you so much and have a good evening. Thank you.
I have a few words to say.
Yes, sir.
I have special feelings and attachment. I have special feelings and attachment to MIT. I am associated with MIT Noida for last more than 15 years in different capacities. Earlier in biotechnology, now with Professor Nutan Kaushik. And I'm also associated to MIT Mumbai as a member of Board of Governors. So today was my full MIT day. Morning we had a meeting of the Board of Governors there.
Good.
And afternoon we have.
Thank you, sir, for dedicating full day to MIT. Thank you for your commitment. Thank
Secondly,
you.
I have guided a PhD student also here.
Okay.
Who has completed her PhD and she was working here for many years.
Very good, excellent.
So that's another point of touch to MIT.
So you are part of MIT. Yeah.
Thank you, MIT. Thank you, Professor Nutan Kaushik.
Thank you, sir.
everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
So for felicitation, now I call Dr. Gulshan Wadhwa sir from front of the desk now. Now I call Major T.N. Singh Tomar, sir. So now I call keynote address Mr. Anubhav Rotangi, sir. So I request to all of you, please join for high tea at F2 launch.